Good evening, radio fans, and welcome back to another episode of Davey Mac's Tales from the Satellite. I'm your host, Bobby Tamburo, and joining me as always is the star of the show. The first and the third mic of special delivery with Sam and Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David McDonald.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, we're so happy to be back doing Tales from the Satellite. A lot is going on this week for me, Robert. My car broke down.
Boy, I would say of all the tragedies going on in the world, your car is probably number one on that list.
Well, I didn't say of the fucking world. This isn't the world's Tales from the Satellite. It's Davey Mac's Tales from the Satellite. Davey Mac is the world on this show, partner. And let me tell you something.
Everyone are my world.
Hold on. When the man is on a fucking rant, you shut your goddamn fucking chicken lips. We've only been doing shit together forever, and you still can't tell when I'm going to go on a fucking rant. You are a fucking comedian, and yet you have the fucking timing of a person who would get hit by a fucking train because they're just walking like dumb idiots, ignoring the fucking bells and whistles and the goddamn white things, and because you got no timing. Now, with all of the shit that is going on in my life, the car breaking down right now, totally dead. It's pushed me to a point now where the insanity is ever growing. In fact, the grip of reality is slipping. And I'm now one of the more lethal people in the Garden State. If someone looks at me the wrong way, they're getting their fucking head bitten off. I've already gotten into 3 arguments with various clerks and cashiers all over Wall Township, New Jersey on Route 35 because they didn't
Walking up and down it.
because they provided neither the goods nor the services. I called someone 2 days ago when the car breaks down, and I go, "What do I do?" And she goes, "It was a chick on the phone." And this was from Lester Glenn Auto.
Oh, boy.
We are not going to be a sponsor of Lester Glenn. Lester Glenn Auto. I want you to understand something right now. You can go fuck yourselves. I'm going to expose you right here, right now, as I promised. Because I call up Lester Glenn, okay? The goddamn fucking company tells me, you got to call up the fucking Subaru shop, the Lester Glenn Subaru. So I go, okay, I call up the Lester Glenn Subaru, and the girl goes, "Oh, we're Lester Glenn Ford. Okay, you need Lester Glenn Subaru in Tom's River." I go, "Okay, can you give me the number?" This is what she does. 732-516-8472. I go, "Could you please slow down? I'm here on the side of the road with my car broken down. I have no pen and paper. I have nothing. Can you please slow down and give me that phone number?" "Yes, yes." 732-516-8472. I go, Okay, let's try this 2 numbers at a time. Okay, 2 numbers at a time, lady. Please. I am dealing with a legit roadside emergency here. Yes, oh my God. Can you not hear me? I can hear you just fine. You're talking like it's the fucking Micro Machines commercial by Galoob. Okay, you're speaking 1,000,000 miles an hour. Okay, can you just fucking one by one give me, I'm typing it into my fucking phone. She goes, okay, 732-516. I go, you're just going to have to go even slower. She hangs up on me.
Oh, boy.
Robert, if there's one thing the Dave man will go completely fucking homicidal with, in a very serious Michael Douglas falling down scenario where I says to myself, if I owned a proper automatic weapon, there'd be carnage. You don't hang up on the Dave man, but you really don't hang up on someone when their fucking car is broken down. They've been advised to call you guys. Their car is broken down. You're reading the fucking phone number of the Toms River location 1,000,000 miles an hour. All I did was, and by the way, I was polite. All I did was politely ask, could you please slow down and say the number slower? I'm typing it in. That's all I did. She fucking hangs up on me. Lester Glenn, your customer service fucking sucks. You suck. Lester Glenn is the biggest fucking scam artist in the goddamn Garden State. I got a Chevy Cruze from Lester Glenn 8 years ago. The fucking piece of shit nearly blew up. And when I got a goddamn recall letter from fucking Chevrolet that says, hey, your goddamn car is dangerous, it's literally a fucking mobile bomb. I go to Lester Glenn, I go, well, I'm bringing in my car. And they go, no, you're not. You have a lease. You can't cancel your lease early. I go, I have a fucking letter from Chevrolet that says that my car can blow up any second. I got it from you, Lester Glenn. So now I don't want your fucking car. You're gonna goddamn cancel my fucking lease, cunts. And then big back and forth. This is the previous experience I had with Lester Glenn like 7 years ago. And now, after being away from Lester Glenn for 7 years, when I have a goddamn roadside emergency and need Lester Glenn's help, the fucking cunt on the other line hangs up on me. No one, everyone associated with Lester Glenn, fuck you. And no one in New Jersey ever used Lester Glenn. Again, no single human being should ever use Lester Glenn. They're scam artists and con artists. Fuck Lester Glenn. Okay, Robert, what are we going to talk about today?
Lester Glenn, more like Lester Glenn. Am I right, Dave?
Saturday Night Virus.
From the SiriusXM studios in New York City, it's Special Delivery with Sam and Dave. Yeah. And now your hosts, Sam and Dave.
Yes!
Oh, how exciting is this? How exciting is this? First, we want to say thanks to Rudolph, our announcer. Now, what Rudolph didn't realize is this show is live to tape. Technically not live, but just as good.
Wait a second. So this is not live?
No, but it is live to tape, which is actually a little more exciting.
Have the people heard this show before?
Oh, no.
So it's fucking live to them, baby.
Live and in living color.
Yes!
You're listening to Special Delivery with Sam and Dave, a brand new show to the XM Nation. Now, I myself am Primetime Sam Roberts, and along with me is Eastside Davey Mack.
That's me, baby. I'm here to rock and roll.
Yeah.
I'm here to push your magic buttons.
Yeah.
I'm here to fly your rainbow pony troll in the river. Why don't you take it over from
and I'm
here?
here to kind of pick up where you left off.
Okay.
Now, we're no strangers to the SiriusXM Sirius Nation.
Heck to the no.
But this show as an entity is a brand new and exciting thing coming to you live for the first time on the Saturday Night Virus.
I happen to work for the two of the greatest human beings of all time, the Ron Fez show.
And I work for technically three of the greatest human beings of all time, and that's the Opie Anthony show along with Jim Norton.
Right. And we must give them praise and thanks.
Yes.
But now, special delivery with Sam and Dave has to fly.
Right. What you're looking at is a triangle of fear in the sense that there will be no radio shows after this. You've got your Opie and Anthony, you've got your Ron and Fez.
Great.
Now you've got your special delivery. And there is nothing after that. It's the 3 points on a triangle connected. There's no room for a fourth.
Right. And we are recommending to people at 12:01 tonight, take your radios and throw them off a fucking cliff.
No, because you know why?
Right. Well, yeah. What?
Because we'll probably have a second show.
The second show.
What we would recommend is not listening to other shows other than Opie and Anthony, Ron and Fez, special delivery. Keep your radios, though. That way you can keep listening.
So then after the second show at 12:01, you take it. You drive that
just
fucking
keep
cliff.
the radios. Just keep the radios.
Okay, are we ever going to have some cliffs involved in the... Okay, well, see, now I was lied to.
But what we will have is, you see, what we like to do, and what a lot of established shows like ourselves like to do, is kind of bring the audience in a sense, and show them what life was like a little before we were truly established.
Yeah, I mean, before we became the superstars that we are today, we're just going to give you a glimpse of the lost tapes is what we're going to bring you today.
And that's what this special is. This is a special. This is a special delivery with Sam and Dave, the lost tapes. And what we're doing is we're bringing to you tapes of this show, even before it was called special delivery. These are tapes that have never been heard.
Bob Dylan had his lost basement tapes.
Right.
My father had his lost porno tapes. This is no different. This is the lost tapes of Sam and Dave. This is just getting a glimpse of where it all began, where it started.
So without further ado, why don't we play for the people, Dave, the first time you and I ever sat down together in front of microphones.
Oh, it was so exciting. That was, my God, that was so long ago.
I know.
10 days.
This was back when it was just Sam and Dave.
Yeah.
Before special delivery, before any of the hype, before anything was this. Here is episode 1 for your enjoyment.
I had to get that off my chest because I'm currently without a vehicle.
I get that. I think it's funny that you say they suck so much because everybody I know who drives a Subaru doesn't suck. That's kind of their claim to fame.
Boom.
Lesbians.
I'm
sorry, you got a lot going on. I got a lot going on too. Right now, we got hurricane waves where I'm at in Myrtle Beach. And I'm not
what do you mean? You're Myrtle Beach. Why are you in Myrtle Beach?
I'm just hanging out with my mom for a few days. She needed a hand.
Prove it. Prove that you're in Myrtle Beach.
Well, I mean,
no one fucking believed you.
You see my hoodie. You see my shark tooth necklace. Clearly, salt life.
All right, I guess that's Myrtle Beach because you're wearing a tank top. There it is. He proved it. Look at that. That's beautiful right there. How high up is that balcony?
We're the 4th floor.
If you jumped off, would you die?
Probably not. That's my issue with that Creed song where they go, "I'm 6 feet and 6 doesn't seem so far down." It's like you could survive 6 feet. Vince Carter jumped over a 7-foot man.
Well, is there sand underneath the balcony?
There is, yeah, some dunes.
4 stories, sand. Yeah, you'd probably be okay, but you might twist something. You might even break an ankle or something.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the last. Nothing I can't fix with a little medical tape and some grit. But things are good here.
God bless you. I'm glad your life is going swimmingly and not
swimmingly. I'm not allowed to swim in the boogie board waves, Dave. Don't rub it in.
Yeah,
this is a sore subject for me. I'm a boogie boarding fiend.
Well, listen, my life is melting down right before my eyes because there is not one fair company left in the United States of America. We need to dig Teddy Roosevelt up and fucking figure out how to reanimate Frank, get Dr. Frankenstein in on the case, because he was the only person who went after the bigwigs and the corporations and the monopolies. The only one. The only president in the history of this stupid fucking country that wasn't bought off by every goddamn corporation making everything so fucking expensive. I hate every single politician. Anyway, I'm here and happy to be doing Tales from the Satellite with you.
Thank you. And can I tell you something I appreciate about you, Dave, is that despite going through all of this, you took the time out of your day to watch and retweet my episode of Midnights with Mike last night and even gave me some feedback on it. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I hate your goddamn fucking show. That was
the
feedback.
Why do you hate it?
No, I like the show, but the show, it was called Midnights with Mike, correct?
At 11, yeah.
And the show's on at 11 p.m. And that's just like the little stupid fucking Robert humor that I hate, because it's all it is shitty promotion. It's not good. It's not, and it's also such a one-time thing. So now your little one-off joke will fuck everyone up, because everyone will be tuning into Mike Bochetti during the goddamn rolling credits, during the end credits, because everyone will tune in at midnight, even though the show had started an hour earlier. The show's called Midnights with Mike. And by the way, I told you what the name of the show should be. Fuck Midnights with Mike. There's too many Mikes. Bedtime with Bochetti.
That's a brilliant name.
It's a better name.
This is very similar to the feedback you gave me on the Davey Max Sports program. And as a result, when we were deciding a topic this week, I was like, you know what? Dave's kind of being harsh on this new show I've started. Let me look at the first new show that Dave started on his own. And so today we're breaking down the first episode of Special Delivery with Sam and Dave.
Oh, wow. Some real deep track Tales from the Satellite shit. But I'm into it, because the whole goddamn fucking premise of the show is we're going into all of the satellite. Obviously, we're going to hit Ron and Fez.
Absolutely.
The hardest, and not hit them, but hit that, hit those topics,
hit the book,
hit the Ron and Fez material the most, since I'm the most prolific producer of all time. But then the O&A crossover. But don't forget that Davey Max Sports Program XL Saturdays on SiriusXM, and then don't forget Special Delivery with Sam and Dave, SiriusXM Satellite Radio.
And I got to tell you, I looked into it, like I said, kind of as a way to look at your first show and be like, see, it's not as easy as you think. And I got to tell you, boy, was I mistaken. Like, they should teach a textbook class on pilot episodes of radio shows based on this first episode of Sam and Dave. It's so well done. And I know I'm dick riding Dave again, but truly, like, the way you did it was brilliant. It was like nothing I did before. You both had the tie-ins for people who enjoyed either one of your shows, but you also, at the same time, did your own thing and established your own characters very quickly within one episode.
We had sketches, we had characters, we had all kinds of bits,
not
all
much.
kinds of shit. There's like a massive YouTuber called Star Wars Theory.
I've heard of Star Wars Theory.
And now I wonder if he got that name because one of our most famous bits was Movie Theory, where we talked about movies and
very interesting.
See? I'm telling you, man, the goddamn fucking SiriusXM fucking influence of the 2000 and aughts is so goddamn fucking out there, and people don't even recognize it. They don't realize how many O&A, Ron and Fez, SiriusXM fans there are now currently in the media just doing shit absolutely. We did fucking 15 years ago.
Within 5 minutes of this episode, we're going to get into a big one that happens right away out of the gates of this show. But what's cool is a lot of those things you mentioned don't come up necessarily, but you see the threads of them in this first show. So you talk a lot about movies and things like that, but you don't actually have the segment produced yet. You see a lot of things like that. So very well done. And like I said, I was kind of looking to be like, oh, look, see, we're kind of on, but no, it blew me away.
Live from the SiriusXM studios in New York City, it's Sam and Dave. And now your hosts, Sam and Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You wanted it.
It's a pleasure to be here.
You wanted the best. You got it.
The hottest radio show in America. It's Sam and Dave. And I just want to correct our announcer, Rudolph. We're not technically live right now, but we're going live to tape.
We're doing what we can.
Yeah.
We're doing our part.
Yeah.
Listen, let's get right into it. Sam, this is the first time we've sat down next to each other and talked into microphones as partners?
Partners, co-hosts.
Holy shit.
And the thing is, we haven't actually had a one-on-one conversation longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We have a lot of them.
Right.
Throughout the day, we'll
yeah.
stop in and do 5-minute conversations, but we've never actually sat down and spoken for a
Well, yeah. I mean, usually I like to say, like, Sam, do you have any Advil?
right.
Sam, could you give me some money for a pretzel on the
Right.
sidewalk?
And
That's
then-
what I like to say.
And what I like to say is no.
No, yeah, always
Right.
it's very consistent that way, at least.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I hope you're enjoying your Sprite.
Listen, Sam bought me Sprite, and I say thanks, Sam.
Well, it's a
Pour
celebration.
some 5 energy into it. Listen, we gotta do plugs,
Throw
right?
some 5 energy in there. Sure, that's a good plug. Go out to the store and pick up 5 energy.
Sammy, let's talk. This is our first show.
Yes.
How do you think it's going so far?
I think
was that? Should I not be checking? Should I not be checking every 2 minutes?
Well, we've been on for approximately 20 seconds.
Right.
I think so far this is good. This is what I like to call the best of both worlds.
Look, I mean, everyone knows the Opie Anthony show is terrific.
Everybody knows the Ron Fez show is terrific.
We're talking O&A, Ron Fez,
Right.
6
To 3.
Okay, good.
6 to 3.
That's how good we are.
Yeah.
That's the chemistry. He finished my sentence.
We're already finishing each other's sentences.
Right.
And see, the thing
Ah!
is, right, we actually haven't planned a show because the
No.
planning has been you saying, hey, Sam, we should do a show, you know? And I'm
Yeah.
like, I like that idea,
Yeah.
Dave. And then you saying, okay, formatics.
Right. Well, this is the thing. So formatics is something I learned in radio class.
Okay.
When I was a junior in college at the ripe age, Sammy, of 27 years old. I
Okay.
was just a babe. You should have seen me back then. I was cute.
Now, for the record, I graduated college a couple years ago, and I'm not
Yeah.
27 yet.
Right, yeah.
Right.
I'll be 31 soon, though.
Okay. So
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm
This
25.
feels
and-
like pedophilia-ish now. I thought you were at least 28.
Well, number one, I'm of age, and number two, this isn't a sexual experience. It's just a radio show.
31 and 25.
Now, before...
Boy, have you ever seen the movie Return of the Jedi?
Yes.
Has your generation ever seen that?
Yes, I have...
What did your generation think of the Ewoks? Because my generation didn't
Ewoks?
care for him that much.
You...
My generation thought the Ewoks might have destroyed the whole Star Wars franchise.
What are Ewoks?
Oh, boy.
Now, I know Revenge of the Sith. You're talking about, like, Darth Maul.
So young. Darth Maul.
Yeah.
I loved him so much.
Before we even get into the episode, though, how did this come to be? Like, were you and Sam? It said you make a joke on air at one point that you never had more than a 5-minute conversation one-on-one, just because you were always doing things in passing. But clearly, there's a great chemistry between you two right away. So it was good. Was it?
It become friendly. I think Sam understood that I was the man, and unlike a lot of the O&A guys who were weirdly resentful and kind of like, I don't know, they were completely threatened by the Dave man, because within a month I had shown that I was just going to completely outclass them in every single way, and that no amount of production that any of those fucking personality-less nerds could come up with is going to be anything better than the Dave man. It's just not going to happen. And Sam, rather than being threatened, appreciated that. So Sam and I became friendly. And I mean, between shows, who am I going to talk to? Earl?
No.
I'm not going to talk to Earl. I'm going to have some jokes with Sam. Hey, that was good. It was a funny little thing you guys did on O&A, blah, 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 blah. So that was it. And obviously we thought, you know what, Sam, O&A, Davey Mack, Ron and Fez, that'd be a nice little hybrid show.
I think it was a brilliant idea to do it that way. So you guys kind of came up with the idea. Did you get corporate backing? Or because the way, just to give it away, what you guys do is kind of brilliant. You, instead of just doing your first show straight recorded, you had 2 pre-recorded segments that you had done for, you said it was for a podcast potentially or something along those lines. And then you did a recording where you introduced that recording and went back to you guys live, even though it was still recorded. You know what I mean? Like, so you had a way to prep the show in addition to making sure like you could cut any of the bad stuff. It was very well done. But were you guys planning to do a podcast initially? I know you had access to all the radio equipment.
We just decided, I mean, Sam had been doing, like, there was remember Sam and Than?
Yes,
or Tham and Sam, or Than and Sam. I don't know. I don't even remember. That's why that show had to die, was because too fucking hard, too cumbersome to say. Once you can't pronounce something, once something sounds stupid in the title, Midnights with Mike, then you have to kill the show.
Episode
Than and Sam had the Saturday spot, but they didn't want it, or at least Than didn't want it. I saw Than go from someone he seemed to be like a star on the rise to he lost his confidence at one point, and it almost seemed like, you know what, maybe being a comedian or even just anything on the air is not for me. He left to go he played video games as a job for Grand Theft Auto. He became like Grand Theft Auto for Rockstar. Like, he became a
job.
Yeah, he became a video game tester. It's pretty actually sweet. I am not going to criticize that. That's fantastic. No. But it was clear after a while that they weren't really doing anything with that spot. Like, they had Saturdays and they did like 3 shows in like 6 months. Well, it's like, I mean, how about a little stick to itness? So, I mean, Davey Mack don't work that way. I was like, hey, how about me and Sam take over that? Because now you got a little Ron and Fez and O&A thing. And, and then we'll actually do it like every Saturday.
Which is awesome. And you can see that right away. Like, you guys clearly lean into that. So the first thing that happens is you kind of come on, you intro the show. Sam picks the song. It's clearly like in the segment, you kind of show your lineage to both Ron and Fez and O&A while like letting everybody know who you're going to be on the show. Sam plays Sam and Dave to start the show. Hold on.
All right. Hold on. You think you're giving credit to Sam Roberts for that? You think fucking Sam has any goddamn music culture and knowledge? He didn't know who the fuck Sam and Dave were.
You gave him credit on air. That's why I gave him credit. That's on me.
I don't give a shit. Did I give him credit on the air?
Yeah. No.
Okay, then we're getting into some good Tales from Satellite shit right now. Because I don't know why I was being so magnanimous. He didn't know who the goddamn shit Sam and Dave were. The fucking guy knows one group. Fucking Rob Zombie. That's his only group that he's into. He likes fucking Rob Zombie and White Zombie. That's it.
Come on,
he's one of these people. He's one of these people. We've talked about it before. He's one of these people that's like, oh, I don't like Bob Dylan. And I go, okay, why? He goes, oh, the screechy voice. I go, that's so hacky that you would like have that viewpoint, especially since he hasn't sounded like that in 50 fucking years. He just doesn't sound like that anymore. And also to fucking boil all of Bob Dylan to basically from 1964 to 66, which is really when he sounded like that. Like, come on, man. He's got 50 years of music. What?
Also, did he say screechy voice or did he say a scorchy voice? If anybody in the radio business shouldn't take shot at how other people sound, perhaps it's the Westchester Weasel.
He said screechy, a screechy voice. Oh, I get it. Scorch.
Yeah. I'm just saying Sam came from a lineage of guys who are not necessarily known for the most normal voices.
All right. I get it. I wonder if anyone gets that Scorch reference. You are so inside sometimes.
I just like to do it what the fans want best, Dave. You know, I'm the inside conspiracy guy. You're the czar that gives us the scoops.
Don't forget, Robert, not everyone is a fucking radio nerd and is going to remember every goddamn name and little tiny minute reference from people nearly 20 years ago at this point. I do have to remind you, we're doing this show for a broader audience.
Absolutely. And I also wish that I was that good and remembered those details. It's just weird, obscure facts like that. It's not across the board. If you ask me what date this episode was, I don't know. Notice I didn't open with that, but I can remember that. Anyway.
But no, anyway, Sam does no music. He's got no actual good music taste. None whatsoever. So that was all me. That was Sam. That was the Dave man going, you know what? Sam and Dave. I mean, come on. It's a fucking layup, right?
Yeah, obviously. If there was a Dave and Rob band, we'd have a song for us. It'd be perfect.
Dave and Rob. Are there any bands where there are two guys named Dave and Rob? I can't think of any. You know, Rob doesn't sound like, Robert Plant.
Okay.
But there's no Dave in the band.
No.
It's not Dave Paul Jones or Davey Page or Dave
Jones.
Bonham.
Davey Jones and his really good friend Jim Croce.
Continue.
I am continuing. So the show starts with the song. Then we have your announcer, Rudolph, who says, "Ladies and gentlemen, live on a Saturday night, it's the Sam and Dave show." And then
Who the hell is Rudolph?
Well, that's my question for you, because I got to be honest. Rudolph sounds identical to one Sam Roberts. Is this the first start of a thread of pretending that you have an announcer that you don't?
No, I think we wanted an announcer, and maybe we ultimately got one. But yeah, that sounds like that. I'm going to put that on Sam. I have no memory of this Rudolph person. So yeah, that sounds to me like that was a weird Sam kind of bit or sketch.
It just, and then Sam comes on and clarifies that this is actually live to tape, that they're recording it live, but it's not going out live. And that, thank you, but it's not really live, which does feel kind of like a Sam bit.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of his quirkiness. I liked it.
Yeah. I get it.
Was it actually Rudolph? Was my first question. We hit that. What you do next is you set up the triangle so perfectly. You go, from the O&A show, it's Sam Roberts. From the Ron and Fez show, it's Eastside Dave. From 6 to 3, instead of each individually plugging your shows, you basically are going, look, it's the block. And then I believe it's Sam. He probably saw your notes on your coffee spilled paper that you brought in that day, but goes, yeah, we got the big 3 or the triangle. It's O&A. It's Ron and Fez. It's the Sam and Dave special delivery. The 3 triangle prongs. We don't need anything more. We don't need to support anything more. And boom, right away, you've established yourselves. You show who you are. You're kind of the crazy guy because Sam points out you already brought in a coffee spilled paper from that morning.
Well, first of all, he was wrong. I mean, I'll say he was inaccurate with his assessment. You know why? I don't drink coffee.
That's what I thought was weird, because I was going to ask you, do you actually drink coffee?
I don't drink coffee. So this is all natural. If I drank coffee, I would just be eating people's faces in 7-Eleven. I would just take my bicycle to 7-Eleven and eat people's faces off right now. That's what coffee does to me. No, I don't. But it could have been a Coca-Cola.
Could have been your Coca-Cola, or it could have been somebody else's coffee.
Oh,
it could have
fair
been
enough.
At the studio, somebody spilled it. That's all.
Fair enough. It could have been someone else's coffee, but if it was my spillage, it would have been a Coca-Cola.
That makes 100% complete sense. Now, what Sam does is then introduce the idea that this is going to be a Lost Tapes episode, where you guys are going to, this is your first episode, but you actually had recorded material before you even had a name of the show, and you're going to play it. A lot of shows wait until they're 10 years in and then make fun of their first shows. You're going to show it off because you're proud of it. And I love the idea of the Lost Tapes episode. However, this is peak Chappelle show era. And this is when Chappelle was literally doing the Lost Tapes. Do you think Sam just went, that's a great idea, and did it? Or do you think this was organic? How did it come about to be this idea?
I don't know. I didn't watch Chappelle's show. I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen. But what year is this?
this would have been Pepper Hicks was working the board for you, just to give it some context. So 08, 09,
Maybe 2010.
maybe even 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's possible. Sam, I'm sure, was into Chappelle.
The idea was out there at that point. Like, I'm sure this isn't the first people who did a Lost Tapes after that. I'm guessing Chappelle probably wasn't even the first to do a Lost Tapes.
Well, I mean, we're going back to Bob Dylan. I mean, there's Lost Tapes of that shit too. I mean, Lost Tapes isn't exactly.
There are episodes of Doctor Who that they aired in like the 60s that they have to wait for the satellites to reflect back to Earth because there was a fire and it burned their entire archive. So like there are episodes that are coming back from space they're trying to record.
Wow.
Isn't that kind of funny?
Yeah. That's crazy.
The best part is if you watch Doctor Who, he starts out as like a super sexist, racist, misogynist, and then over time becomes just like this loving, caring dude as society. So, but
Sounds
we're not
like
talking about that.
I like the old one the best.
Yeah, me too. That's very funny, especially going back. So we are going to look at the idea of this Lost Tapes. We're not really sure where it came from. I was more curious if it came from them or if they took the idea from you guys. You know what I mean? You're in New York. It was a bustling
I wouldn't
city,
know.
but it sounds like it wasn't an instance. And you do kind of in the show, ironically, you bring it up now, Bob Dylan. During the episode, what do you mention? It's like Bob Dylan's Lost Basement Tapes.
Yeah, there you go. See,
So
that's
you
what I'm
nailed
talking about.
Absolutely.
It was, if anything, this sounds more like a Dylan-inspired thing than a Chappelle show thing. To be truth be told, the Lost Tapes to me is well, I'm a Dylan fan. I mean, that's what we're doing there.
Absolutely, which may be starting to peel away some of this idea because what the characters you establish on air, it's more apparent in the Lost Tapes, and we're going to talk about those in a second. But like clearly, Sam is taking the Opie influence, and I'm not saying that he's like stepping on the bits or things like that, but the idea of he's going to kind of steer the ship. He's going to be the wiser, smarter, straight edger guy, and you're going to be kind of the wild card Dave. Like they set that up right away. You talk about your drunk phone calls at some point. You know what I mean? Like they established this character of who you are as kind of the crazy guy, which would be, if you look at your show, more of the Fez type character where you're not necessarily bringing topics. You are the topic, and whatever topic you're going with, Dave will hit the ground running and give you something good. And it kind of sprinkles throughout. It's the taking of the best of both characters. It's not.
I suppose so. I mean, if you just want to say simply, he was more of the straight man.
But kind of like behind the scenes, where Fez, as we learned over the years, was doing a lot of the working of the bits and being a part of things behind the scenes that you didn't necessarily hear about on air. It sounds like you kind of had a lot of influence over the show that was downplayed to help you be your character on air.
Well, any sketch or bit, any sketch that you heard on Special Delivery starring Stam and Dave came from me. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, any bit that you heard, characters, movie theories, stuff like that. Yes, that was all me. Sam would bring in topics like, what happened on the Jersey Shore? What happened? What happens with TMZ? What was going on with this? What was going on with that celebrity? That's sort of his wheelhouse, is that entertainment shit. So and by the way, I like talking about that kind of thing too. So I was all for it.
And what you're very good at is kind of not necessarily preparing the stories about the celebrities, but just giving your opinion and being naturally entertaining. You know what I mean? Where if he gets,
well, you have to have a take. You don't just do the story.
Oh, absolutely. And you're the best guy for that. Some people need, like, if I'm doing a show, I need to have my take, like you see me continuing to go to my notes. I need to have my take written. I'm better with an extra beat to think about it. Whereas you, Dave, off the cuff, it's a gift. Truly.
You can't be looking at notes, fucking looking at notes and shit. I never look at notes. I mean, I have a bullet point of things I want to talk about, but it's just like Yankees, it's just like Lester Glenn. That will be my fucking note. And then, like, that's what you got to do. I feel like that's the way you really should approach radio, podcasting, broadcasting, and all that shit. Once you start planning it, that's why it's difficult to watch a lot of these, ESPN shows or just, it's tough. These TikTok videos, right? Where the fucking kid, or it's not even kid, it's grown adults. They'll stop the camera clearly after every sentence. And you go, is that because you literally just can't fucking talk? Like, you can't talk continuously? It's like, everything is like, I want to say who I'm voting for. It's going to happen in October. This, and it's like, dude, you're going sentence by sentence is a fucking cut. And it's really making me question, like, how many people can just fucking shoot the shit. I can just fucking talk off the goddamn top of their head. That's the skill. I'm just as skilled as any motherfucker on the entire planet in the history of radio podcasting. But they don't fucking recognize that. Or they feel a little, he's going to say something crazy. No, I'm not.
No, never crazy.
No.
Now, not everybody's as gifted as you, Dave, where you can talk for 31 minutes straight. So we're going to go to some audio of the first Sam and Dave special delivery right now.
Now, before we started brainstorming this show, I had no idea what the word formatics meant.
Oh, yeah, let's get back to that. So I learned in my radio class formatics, and that's basically how are you going to do your show? What type of topics? How are you going to plan it? You're going to schedule it? You're going to have a little produced pieces, all of which, by the way, we have zero.
Zero, yes.
We didn't really come into this, totally equipped, but that's okay. We come equipped with charisma.
That's true, but to me, I always thought that the things you just described was the format.
Right. No,
I don't know.
formatics.
I don't know. I had no idea that this was a word.
I may have made that up upon reflection. I may have just created that in my head. But anyway, so I said to Sam, you come up with the formatics.
Yeah.
And you tell Davey Eastside where to be. That's what I want to do.
Dictionary.com has no record of the word formatics.
You gotta be joking me.
Did you mean format?
No, formatics.
Yeah.
That's a word.
Is it an IX or an ICS?
I'm formatics. Like, this is the format.
Right. Right.
Here
no,
are the formatics.
No,
it's a plural.
I got this. This is the format.
Formatics. Formatics.
But why would you add an IC?
I don't know.
Format?
Well, it's like, you have a climate change, and then you have things that are climactic.
Right, but climactic and climate is two different things. Climate is
this
like
how
the
it's gonna
weather.
be?
And, well, you know what we could do is the Sam and Dave grammar hour, where you come to me with your grammar questions. I go to dictionary.com, and we'll get the answers for everybody.
Contemplate?
Yeah.
And then it's like contemplatex.
That's not a...
I just put ICS on things.
Contemplatex is not a word, and contemplates is the present tense, but it wouldn't be a plural. Like, I wouldn't contemplate different ideas. You'd contemplate.
Yeah, but contemplatex is definitely a word, like formatics.
It's definitely a word that you made up.
Climactic.
It's definitely a word that you made up, but that doesn't mean it's English.
All right, Sam, listen. Now, guess what I did this morning for you?
What'd you do?
I'm not going to just talk about formatics the whole time. This is our first show.
I know. We've done the formatics thing. We have to move on.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally we'll go back to formatics.
But this is sort of what Sam and Dave is a fast pace, grab your seat and run.
Let's go.
Because we're going to be throwing we're going to be throwing topics at you right out of left field.
Go.
No more than 3 minutes per topic.
No, I don't agree with that.
I only came with one topic, though.
Okay.
And that was formatics, which was technically yours.
I thought you were going to talk about some of the times I tried to communicate to you about the radio show. In fact, I handed you a note today that was my idea. I came up with this idea last night, 2 o'clock in the morning, garage, cigarettes.
Yeah.
Had been drinking, so I'm not going to lie. But I still think it's a valuable idea if you care to read the note that I gave you.
I just read the note verbatim. Now, the note is hard to read because it's coffee stained.
Yeah. I was driving today. I apologize. I had some coffee.
Well, see, you saying I was driving today doesn't really explain why there's a coffee stain on this. Because I was driving too, and my paper's still white.
Did you have coffee?
No.
Ah!
But I probably wouldn't have spilled it.
Well, you're very cleaner. You're a lot more clean
very
than
cleaner.
me.
This is from this stationery says Eastside Dave right at the top, and a nice, lovely. What is this? I can't tell what.
It's a dog.
Okay, because it's a coffee stain. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was a cityscape or something.
That would be odd if the coffee stain formed a dog like a religious.
I found a St. Bernard in my paper. We don't know a lot, Sam. Then there's some sort of line.
Right.
And then it says the letter U dash wrestling.
So that means like Sam knows wrestling.
And then me, and then an arrow, and then wife and GF dike out. Now, I think this was in reference to a phone call that I got
Right.
recently.
Yeah.
Anthony Cumia has brought up your drunk dialing. It's legendary.
No,
When you drink, you get friendly.
Well, I like to call people. I'm always friendly. Let's keep that on the record.
That's true.
Don't you think?
I think so.
But certainly, I like to make phone calls. Yeah.
Yeah, and you called me and said, "Hey Sam, I was looking at your girlfriend today. I was staring at her because we were all hanging out, and I was like, all right, okay, that's fine. By the way, this was at approximately 6 p.m. and I was at my parents' house for dinner. So,
well, let's also back up and say that Tito's vodka had been consumed since 2 o'clock. It's not like
it's always good to make excuses. So you call me and say, I was staring at your girlfriend. I found myself staring at her today, and I said, okay, that's strange. And you were like, don't worry. It was not in a sexual way. And I went, all right, okay. And you were like, it was mainly just me looking at her and thinking of my wife, and then thinking, man, I'd like the two of them to dike out on each other.
Not sexual.
Which I responded by saying, well, David, that's completely sexual.
It is
yes.
it?
And you said, my mistake, you're right. And then that's kind of where we left it.
Yeah. Well, Sam, look, I was thinking that if there wasn't a man involved, it's not sexual. But I see how you could skew it that way.
Well, it's lesbian sex.
Right.
So the sexual part would be the second word.
Yeah, twist it however you want, Sam.
It takes no twisting.
Now, can I just say, if people say, why does he say Sam like that?
Yes.
Because that's a weird thing to do.
People might be asking.
People could be asking at home saying, how come he just doesn't say the word Sam? And look, I will. When Sam and Dave show takes over your city, your little fucking bullshit town.
All right. There's no reason to insult people.
Sorry. Well, the thing is, I love the show Cheers. Mm-hmm. And Shelley Long, what a great character she was. And whenever she would talk to Ted Danson, she would say, Sam.
Right.
Very proper. I can't even see you.
Right. Well, get rid of the mic stand.
Very proper. Just very, I just always thought it was funny. Apparently it's not, because that story was awful.
You know what you could do in the future? Since you've been calling me Sam that way for probably a year now,
yeah,
and you knew we were going to do a show, maybe find an episode of Cheers and some audio.
This is good stuff.
But this is why we're recording.
So good.
Yeah. Next show, we'll bring in some audio.
Can I just say this to everyone at home? Sam played the theme music today. I was impressed by that.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the theme music and everything.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how you were able to play it. All of a sudden, I'm looking at Sam, and there's music, like an actual theme song being played. How?
And can I tell you something else?
Yeah.
The words that we're saying into these mics,
right,
being recorded, audio recorded.
Really?
For later playback.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
This show's going to take off,
See all these buttons in front of me?
Yeah.
I'm pushing them the right way to make it sound better.
Oh, I love that.
And to make it audible for other people.
How do you do it?
It's magic.
Not to go back to Star Wars.
No.
But let's do it and say that you're kind of Han Solo-ish with your understanding of technology and turning things on and off.
I don't know Han Solo. I know Jar Jar.
Okay.
I know Jar Jar.
That's what you get from the young kids.
But we went way off topic, and we never really finished your note here about the diking out thing.
Oh, I was hoping we were going to forget about that, being that they're in the room, the two women I was referring to, my wife and your girlfriend.
What I was wondering is...
And they're both so pleasant, and not in a sexual way, but...
Well...
Jesus.
Not in a...
I'd love to see their legs wrapped around each other.
That is sexual.
But really?
Yeah,
There's
very
no
sexual.
guy involved.
But But it's lesbian sex.
Did you get this from dictionary.com again?
Let's look up lesbianism. Yes, it is sex between two women. So...
I'm pretty sure you're the first person ever to look up lesbianism on dictionary.com.
Because people either know or assume. But here on the show, we like to have facts.
All right.
You know what I mean?
All right, fine.
What I was wondering is, do you lose a lot of friends?
Me?
Yeah.
David?
Yeah.
Dave loses lots of friends, yes.
I would think so.
I'm on the outs right now with my friend Jason. I called him. He hasn't called me back anymore. My friend Anthony. You know, you don't know these people,
No.
so I don't even know why I'm talking to you
No.
about them.
You could just say that yes, it could be your answer. You kind of left it at that.
Really? Didn't need to elaborate, I suppose.
No.
These
But
are the things that you're going to teach me,
I
Sam,
will.
about radio.
hold my hand
You know,
and come along this ride with me.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
No.
But woof woof, baby.
Yeah. You're going to be walking through that beach that is radio, and at the hard part, you're going to say, Sam, why aren't there 2 sets of footprints there anymore? This was the hardest part. And I'll say, Dave, my son, I carried you
Did
through
you?
that part. Yes.
Is that why your name gets first billing?
Yes, it is. And for instance, the theme music.
You know, but I
One
am
set
older.
of footprints.
Right.
Right. Older, but not so much with... You're good for the jokes. You know what I mean?
Am I?
You're... Well,
Oh, that makes me... Oh.
you're good. You have energy.
I do have
You do have energy. Give him a scream.
Father! Ouch! Ow!
Yeah. You didn't have to say ow. You could. Is your stomach okay? Oh no.
Oh, it's fine. This is one of my biggest strengths, and I wish it would play on the radio.
Yeah.
And the fact that people can't see me, it's not going to stop me from
No.
going ahead and saying, when I see Sam in the morning, I like to usually either hobble
Yes.
or go like, ow! Oh!
And what I like is
Yeah.
throughout the day you pick a different body part and favor that body part.
Right, and I go,
And-
oh, my elbow's hurting me today, buddy.
But I think that could work. What I can't wait is until we have our very first celebrity guest in studio, and you randomly just start ow, and just start holding your ankle.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Mr.
As William Shatner looks at you with crookedly, what's wrong with his ankle?
Bill, how do you cure a tricep pull?
Oh, we got to get some guests
Oh,
now.
hey, speaking of celebrities, this is what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, we could just talk about ourselves, but really isn't that pretty egomaniacal?
Well, yeah,
Which is everything that I love about myself.
Uh-huh.
And I watched this show on Sam's recommendation, and it was the Hulk Hogan celebrity. What was it called?
Celebrity wrestling.
I couldn't remember the wrestling part.
No, it stars Hulk Hogan and it
That
involves
was pretty much
celebrities.
the easiest word
Yes.
of the whole title. So I watched it, and I have a couple problems with it right off the bat.
Well, we'll set it up.
Go ahead.
Hulk Hogan Celebrity Wrestling is
Yeah.
basically, you've got Hulk Hogan hosting.
Yeah.
You've got all his friends are coaches and judges. So it's Eric Bischoff and Jimmy Hart as the judges.
I love the Colonel, man.
And of course Jimmy, and then the trainers are Brutus the Barber Beefcake and Nasty Boy Brian Knobbs.
Right.
And then you've got 8 or 10 celebrities. I don't remember how many. Probably 12. And then
10.
10
I think.
Right, because
2 teams of 5.
yeah, and then they had to do a match, and then you had 3 on 2. It didn't even work out.
It was a tag team match with someone being the manager, which was pretty bad.
But you had like Nikki Ziering, Todd Bridges, Danny Bonaducci, Tiffany.
Good.
And
going.
And a whole
Dennis
bunch of-
Rodman?
Dennis Rodman, the Worm.
Stallone, Frank Stallone.
And
A couple other
2 other
schmizbos.
jabronis.
And so, what does the Nasty Boy have on Hulk Hogan? Who is Nasty Boy? Because listen, I used to be a wrestling fan.
Uh-huh.
And that guy is always around. When I watched the Hulk Hogan VH1 show, now I watch this show. Does he have photographs of the Hulkster? Because why is Hulk Hogan like this asshole
You
so
know what
much?
it is?
He's not even good.
I think no, he's not good. He's like teaching them how to do a kick to the midsection.
It was
And he's like,
horrible.
can't even lift your foot up all the way. Just fat guy with a mohawk.
Right. A
No.
bad 92 mullet, too.
Yeah. Now, I think my understanding is that there's a small group of wrestlers who just started kissing Hulk Hogan's ass in the 90s when he was a big star. And since then, just haven't stopped. Like, I think that Brian Knobbs and the Nasty Boys is basically Hulk Hogan's personal assistant. Now, this would also explain why, and Brutus the Barber Beefcake is like, probably is, because Brutus the Barber Beefcake has followed Hulk Hogan everywhere. Like, they met in WWF.
Yeah, but he used to be good, Bruce, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Or-
but then he stopped being good, and he returned to the WWF with Hulk Hogan. He wasn't good. When Hogan went to WCW, for whatever reason, Brutus Beefcake with him as if it was a big coup, and has followed him ever since.
Yeah.
And now, of all the wrestlers to train a celebrity, and to really demonstrate how athletic and important, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got this big fat guy from Michigan with a blonde mohawk.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Brian Knobs.
the nasty boy. I'm like, this guy sucks.
Well, he obviously just picked his friends. Did Hogan?
Does Hulkster really despise Roddy Piper, my man? Because how come I don't see Piper anywhere?
Yeah, geez, it's not like Piper ever tore up a TV camera, but like he had an interview segment that was still known. Right. What's better than the Piper's Pit? Are you telling me Brian Knobs makes better TV than Roddy Piper?
I honestly do not know who he is. All I know is I only know him from reality TV.
Yeah.
I only know him from the Hogan show. I was going to call it Hogan's Family.
Yeah.
And I only know him from this thing.
Is there anybody other than the hardcore wrestling fans who can even name both of the Nasty Boys?
No! That's what I'm saying to you!
When you
You're not listening! We don't know who Brian Knobs, the Nasty Boy, is!
The top 25 tag teams of all time. Would the Nasty Boys even make the list?
No! Why do you keep saying this to us?
Is he even wearing his stretch coat?
Listen. How awful were the Killer Bees in retrospect? Not to go off tangent, but talk about...
I think Jumpin' Jim Brunzell would be a better trainer on that show than Brian Knobs.
Who was the other guy?
B. Brian Blair.
Bunch of...
And then they tried to pull that gimmick for a while where they had masks and took them off and put them, like, they'd come to the ring without them and then they'd put them on for the match and then they'd take them off again.
It's the same thing every time. And then sometimes there was a third Killer Bee.
Yeah.
I liked it when the wrestlers' nicknames were like what they did.
Like
Jumping Jim Brunzell, Leaping Lenny Pavo, the Mauler.
Leaping Lenny Pavo. When he used to read poetry off his frisbees and then throw them out in the crowd.
That was pretty awesome. I can't tell you how much I wanted a frisbee.
Yeah.
And didn't he become the poet?
Yeah, no, the genius.
Oh my God.
But it was still the same gimmick. Yeah, and the guys who liked rock and roll, well, you'll be the rockers. And you guys from New Zealand, you look like you could go, clear out some bush or something. You'll be bushwhackers.
Right.
And like I remember when I was younger, and we were in Kentucky with my family, and my dad said that my uncle was out bushwhacking on the property, and I was like, bushwhackers? It's just a thing to do.
That's funny, Sammy.
You just described them.
Sam.
But yeah, I don't understand. Why not try to get some high caliber wrestlers? You're going to get shitty celebrities for this show.
Well, that's another issue that I have because, okay, you have celebrities and you have shitty celebrities. Can we find new shitty celebrities? There's so many shitty celebrities.
One of them is Trishelle from the real world. From the real world.
Like, if I can't take Trishelle anymore.
No.
I can't take her.
She's never actually been on anything scripted.
I'm just so happy that Johnny Fairplay isn't involved in this situation. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know we're MySpace pals.
It's the one guest that we can get, by the way, Johnny Fairplay. I got his phone number.
I take that back then. But I mean, I like Bonaducci's always on these shows.
Every single reality show.
Trishelle, and now Todd Bridges is there.
Yeah, he's the Nikki's earring.
Why?
What are you doing?
Why are we doing this? And then they said there's this woman, Erin Murphy, who's on the show.
Oh, yeah, Tabitha from Bewitched.
That's impossible. Bewitched was in the late 60s.
Tabitha is the little kid. Tabitha is not the wife. She's the little baby.
Okay.
She didn't even have a real...
That makes sense.
But your claim to fame is that you were a baby on a sitcom, and now you're an adult and haven't worked.
See, I really need to call you about these things because I was actually extremely angry saying,
yeah,
I'm saying this woman looks 30 and 40 years have elapsed since Bewitched was on.
These people are lying to us.
Right, I was so upset.
But you should still be upset because of all the celebrities, would you watch Bewitched and look at the little kid in the crib?
Now there's a stop.
Yeah.
That's why I'm turning in to ABC every 8:30 on Tuesdays.
Now, whatever happened to Tabitha?
Right.
Now, Tabitha Soren from MTV News.
That's like putting Cousin Ollie on the show from Brand. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing what Cousin Ollie's up to. I always thought he looked like a miniature John Denver.
Yeah,
and when,
with the glasses and the bangs.
Yeah, I always thought they were the same person. And when John Denver died in a plane crash, I lit a candle for Cousin Ollie.
Right. It's different people.
They are?
Yeah, Cousin Ollie is still alive. John Denver is dead. If you had lit that candle for John Denver, that would have been far more appropriate.
Oh, see, this is you're very smart. You're going to be the smart part of the show. Is that what we're aiming at here, Sam?
I guess so.
There's a John Denver song that gets played in the McDonald household every Christmas.
What's that?
David Dodd McDonald. That's me, by the way. Oh, you said what's that? Or
What's the song?
Okay.
Yeah.
The song is
Is it
Daddy? Wait, no, wait.
Is it off the Muppets? John Denver.
No,
because that one gets played in my house every Christmas.
No, because these lyrics are fantastic. It goes, "Please, Daddy, don't get drunk this Christmas. I don't want to see my mama cry." And it's like the most upsetting song of all time, and it's not like a hokey gimmick. Like I watched my grandmother get stampled to death by reindeers or whatever that song is. It's not a gimmick Weird Al song. It's an actual John Denver song about hoping his father doesn't drink. Ooh,
wow, that's
yeah.
the right song.
That's our theme song, baby! Hold on. This is Sam and Dave live.
No, that was some radio gold. It is
That was some of the best shit I've heard in about 15 years since it debuted right there on SiriusXM satellite radio. That's some fucking in-your-face shit.
It is kind of fun to see how you guys establish both the idea of being a radio show but making it your own. Like, it's got the quirkiness of Sam and Dave out there-ness. Like, you could see the early threads of the East Side Dave show, kind of the weird, not everything goes the way you would expect elements with this whole Lost Tape idea. And then what I like is you guys do the exact same intro, which is a bit that has been carried on by all the producers you have touched, Dave. Like, every show I do, the first thing we usually do is like a replay the opening bit, which I thought
I like that shit.
And then again, Rudolph intros you says the exact same thing. Welcome to the live. And Sam corrects him. This is live to tape. And that phrase gets repeated back and forth to you guys several times. Is that an inside joke?
No.
Okay, I just didn't know if that was.
I'm sorry to answer it so bluntly. No, it just sounds like wacky humor to me. Wacky kids doing wacky things.
As a listener looking for threads, what it sounded like to me is someone came in there and was like, "You guys can be live to tape. You just can't be live." And you're like, "Okay, we're going to use that phrase," and just kept throwing it back. Like, that would be.
There's a possibility of that. I could see that happening, but then they might not have told me. Maybe maybe
you weren't in on it.
Cross told Sam, he's like, "Look, you guys can do your fucking shit on Saturday, but the first one, I got to make sure that, I haven't hired two, mass murderers. So you guys got to do a pre-record." But after that, most Sam and Dave's were live.
That makes perfect sense. And it may have just been you guys had the material from getting ready to do a podcast. So why not put it all out there on the first one too? You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's different reasons, but it's possible that, we had to submit the fucking show to a higher up before it was played, because they didn't completely trust us. There's probably a chance of that.
Perfectly reasonable. I mean, I don't know which one of you two they wouldn't have the need
I
to trust,
don't know why they wouldn't trust either of us. I've
heard Fan on SiriusXM in the 2020s. I don't know if I've heard Eastside Dave.
No, but Rob Cross and Don Wicklin and Steve Blatter, they're such fucking dorks. They don't understand who performers are. I'm sorry. I was a fucking performer and a fucking kick-ass one on the Ron. I mean, I still am, but I'm saying I was performing on the Ron and Fez show. Do you understand that sometimes I would be putting on a show that I wasn't actually that fucking stupid in real life? Or that that I wasn't actually that fucking crazy, or that some of this shit actually never even really happened. But because I sold it so sincerely, people thought every single thing coming out of my mouth was true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the goddamn De Niro of radio that I was able to work so many people, including Rob Cross and Steve Blatter, and Don Wicklin, who didn't trust us to do a live show. So yes, they probably mandated that we record it so that they would have to approve the goddamn show before it aired.
And I think, thank God, none of those guys were in charge of the Letterman show. Like, that's how you end up with like a Jay Leno, where it's just be cookie cutter, do the right thing, never think out, like you are a
Those
unique
types
performer.
never understand creativity. So when someone is actually creative, they get literally confused. When you're not creative, you kind of stare at a creative person and go, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Like, what's their value again?
Yeah.
Like what kind of stuff do you like? What do you produce? What do I produce? Have you listened to the fucking shit that's been on the air on this goddamn channel? Do you ever hear my voice?
It's good.
Well, that's you performing, though. Like, what do you produce? So that's me as a producer performing, but also producing something for the show.
And I think this feeling was pretty evident as this show's occurring, because the first thing you bring to the table is, as we pointed out, a note, and it says on it, formulatics. Can you explain to me what formulatics is, Dave?
Formulatics?
Formatics. Formatics, I'm sorry.
Oh, formatics. A format, whatever. Yeah, it's what you're going to do on the show.
Oh, okay, that's what it's called. I didn't know, and Sam kind of points that terminology out, and you go, that's what they taught me at college. He pulls up dictionary.com. It says it's not a thing. And I just thought it was, again, you guys kind of being like, somebody got into our ear and was like, this is the formatics of it all. This is how you make a radio show. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Don Wicklund. These are my numbers.
Yeah, no, I don't think everything is, no, some of this is just fucking around, Robert.
Some of this is just fucking around.
Yeah, a lot of this is fucking around.
Yeah,
today.
right now in particular.
So let's go. Give me another question.
The first thing on your formatics note is that Sam, it says you, just letter U, wrestling. Me, lesbian dyke out. So Sam goes, I think this means I know wrestling. And do you want to explain what the second thing means? And do you remember what that was?
Well, the first one probably the first one was maybe Sam will talk about wrestling or discuss a wrestling thing. And the second one was no, that's an odd goddamn fucking phrase.
So it made me pause, and then when I found the story, it made me laugh even harder. Like, apparently you and Sam had a better friendship than I realized, because what that meant was, and we got to talk about this. You had personal stationery that said Eastside Dave on it. Look at you, professional boy.
No, someone just gave, so one of the fans sent Eastside Dave like a
that's fucking dope.
Little notepad and shit like that. So that was fun. Yeah, I liked having my own stationery. That was great.
I thought it was a good brag on air. I thought that was cool. But then we learned that Dave, and this is something that hasn't changed about you, and it's a great way of both you and Sam kind of introducing who your character is going to be on the show, but you like to drunk dial people.
Yeah, I mean, not anymore.
I'll be honest, some of my favorite phone calls are when you've had a couple of
yeah, but that's always you calling me.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You should call me more.
I'll drunk converse though.
Yeah,
I will.
Great chat.
I don't drunk dial anymore, but I will if you catch me. Then you're in for a good time.
And I love it.
But yeah, back in the day, 100%. Yeah, I mean, come on, the cell phones were relatively new. Don't forget, like it's not like everyone was walking around with a cell phone. This is still like wow, I can't believe I have a fucking phone in my pocket. Well, I'm at the bar. This is so awesome. I might as well call up somebody. Yo, what's up, baby? Get to Queens. Come on. I'm fucked up. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't come to Queens from fucking Jersey? Oh, fuck, man. I'm from Jersey. Get up here, you pussy. Pussy. Pussy, 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 pussy. Don't be a pussy. Get in the fucking Sunnyside. Sunnyside, Queens. Right on the corner, dick. Yes, it's an Irish bar, Sunnyside, Queens. Get up here. What do you mean it's a little late? Pussy. Hey, am I dealing with a pussy? Pussy, pussy. Get up here, pussy. There you go. That was that era of drunk dialing. A lot of that type of thing.
You've gotten much better at the second part. Usually after the invite gets shut down, you don't go back to it.
Yeah, that's it. If I always invite people. Hey, would you like to come over? Oh no? Okay, fine. Would have had a great day of drinks and Mario Kart, but that's just fine.
No, I get it. I get it. Now, what I will say, and I think it's important to note, of all the people you drunk dial, now you're tying it into the O&A Ron and Fez universe, so Anthony's name gets brought up, and he's talked about it on air at this point. It's Sam, it's Earl, it's Chris Pepper Hicks. You're not calling exes or doing anything bad. You're just trying to hang out with the boys, and I think that's
hang out with the guys.
Amazing.
You know how many times I invited Earl personally to my apartment in Queens, and he lived in Queens at the time, and we were both living in the Queens. A nice Friday night. He never took me up once.
No, and that's
now he doesn't drink. Okay, who gives a fuck? We're gonna watch the Yankees. Fucking pussy. Come on, pussy boy. What the fuck? I thought you was a Yankee fan, pussy boy. Come on, Earl. Earl, it's your drunken grandmother here. Get over to Dave's right now, or I'll suck Stalin's dick. Come on, Daddy. I mean, I don't know why he declined those offers all the time, but he never came to my Queens apartment or any of the local taverns around when I would call him up drunkenly. Pepper did a couple times.
He was already there, coincidentally, most of the time. But
I mean, he was there. Yeah, I mean, he was there a few times, but not. I mean, and then Pepper said, I had dirt floors.
Okay. At least you got floors.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck? They got to be made of something.
Yeah. And, that's environmentally friendly.
It's a material.
This is about a particular drunk phone call. Apparently, around 2:00 in the afternoon, you'd started drinking vodka. And you made a call to Sam Roberts and said, "Don't worry, I don't mean this in a sexual way."
Oh, God.
But I was looking at Jess today.
Oh, no. That's his wife.
It was his girlfriend at the time, now his wife. Absolutely.
They're still married?
They're still married. Unlike you, who said, "I wish my wife, Casey, would dike out with your girlfriend, Jess."
Jesus Christ.
But don't worry, not in a sexual way. And Sam went, "That's absolutely sexual."
Yeah, how could it not be sexual? And I think, Robert, even though if I had used that term, we should, clean it up from modern day sensibilities and say, I'd like to see the two of you be romantic. Well, Jess was always a nice looking. She reminded me of Carrie Fisher a lot. And Carrie Fisher, I mean, come on. Davey Mack, Star Wars, man.
Princess
come
Leia.
on, Daddy.
We learned that throughout the show pretty quickly.
She looked like fucking Leia. She had an early 80s. I mean, maybe she still does. I'm sure she does. I'm sure she's still beautiful. I haven't seen her in years. But she had a early 80s Carrie Fisher look. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, Daddy.
No, sir. And hopefully she ages better than Carrie does. Leave it at that.
Carrie's dead, mofo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that saddens me that you made fun of our princess like that.
Well, she died to me when she floated outside the ship and saved everybody with her.
Well, that wasn't fucking her fault. That was Ryan Johnson doing that Mary Poppins shit to poor Carrie Fisher. All right, she didn't ask for that.
What happened to our theme song?
Is this it? I just looked up Christmas John Denver.
If he says please daddy don't. No, this is a great song though.
Should we just leave it on?
This is an amazing song. I wish Christmas was right now. Last Christmas I celebrated it with my wife, who's Jew.
That's beautiful. That is really beautiful.
We lit some candles and shit. I don't know what those, people do.
Yeah, you got to throw a little candelabra next to the Christmas tree, but
I mean, the thing about Jewish folks, and I love them to death.
Obviously, you married them, for God's sake.
I married them. I married all of them.
You let one of them mother your child.
Don't remind me. Anyway, the thing about it, they really don't have like a major holiday that compares to we Christians. I'm Catholic,
well,
but I'll speak for Christians. Is Hanukkah that big? I'm saying everything. I mean, think about this. We got Easter parade, Christmas parade, and Thanksgiving parade. We got 3 gigantic religious holidays.
That's true. They don't have anything to measure up to that kind of volume. I mean, Hanukkah might be a formidable opponent for Christmas.
Where's the parade, tough guy?
Yeah, and they can't touch Easter.
They can't.
They cannot. You got any, like, is there any Jewish thing where the kids get to run around and play with rabbits and look for eggs and stuff? And then remember that Christ died?
Right. Very solemn holiday in which we're getting chocolate out of the bushes.
That's what I love about Christianity, that the Jews, their holidays, like, actually center around what they're about. So, like, even the Jewish kids, they're not allowed to eat or they have to repent and all. Whereas the Christians, they'll take holidays and they're trying to brainwash little kids into being Christian, so they'll make it seem fun. Well, if you're Christian, you get Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, which has nothing to do with anything.
It's fun. It's pleasant. Can I ask you this? Don't you think this is kind of true, though? Jewish people, one-trick pony. They're always fasting on their holidays. It's like, the same thing. We have to fast and we can't go out at night.
No, that's true.
Oh, my God.
It's like, at least for Lent, you get to be a little creative. Something individual to you.
Right. And then once you do your little Lent deal, holy mackerel. You get all these chocolates and candies and marshmallows and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They finish feasting, and that's it. There's no, like, reward at the end of the rainbow for the Jewish people. And again, I love Jewish people. Treat yourselves.
Yeah, really. I mean, like,
stop the suffering.
I guess Passover is their version of Easter, but Passover.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's nothing.
It isn't. It's nothing.
You know what the beauty is? The Jewish people, and I've seen Jewish families, will start hiding candy for Passover. And I'm like, all right, you just ripped it off. That's just Easter. You're just doing it because it's the same time of the year.
Where do you see this, by the way? In Westchester, New York?
Westchester, New York. Yeah.
That's where my wife, who's Jew,
tons of
hails
Jews
from.
Tons of Jews in Westchester.
Look, they're good people. I love Max Weinberg.
And the Max Weinberg 7 are just...
I don't care for the other 6.
No.
No.
No, me neither, actually. That's something we have in common.
Just him.
Yeah. But,
Sam!
Yes.
How do you think the show's going so far?
I like, my favorite part of the show is when it's time to switch topics, we hear...
Sam?
Exactly.
Sam?
That's how I know.
Are you going to finish? Are you going to drink that water?
Well, I haven't opened it yet. Did you want it?
Yeah.
Okay, here you go. You're not drinking your Sprite, though.
I'm going to save it for the car ride home.
Oh,
I hope
good.
you don't mind that.
No, I don't mind at all. Okay, don't spill on the console.
I didn't mean to do that.
I understand that people like to have some water with their cookies, but don't pour the water on the cookie.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Everyone's scurrying around now.
Yeah, for paper.
I ruined it again!
But Dave,
I always ruin everything!
it's okay. Come back.
No!
I need you for this, big man. Don't turn off the lights. I'm still here.
Okay.
You're not being fair.
Sam, I'm back!
We never really...
I am so hot.
You're taking your shirt off.
Because I'm so embarrassed. I get very embarrassed. By the way, what happened in John Denver? That was really
the song
sweet.
ended. You had another John Denver song?
Is there a song about spilling water all over Anthony's seat?
Okay, well, don't be so... I'll tell you what, I'll look up some water.
Don't be so what?
Well, obvious about where you're spilling the water in case somebody comes back on Monday.
Don't you threaten me, pal.
All right. I was going to ask you before, we never really touched on the fact that you're losing friends because of your drunk dialing.
Oh, God.
You know?
I mean, I don't understand. It's a friendly phone call. I'm not calling them and about to yell at them. Oh, this is pretty. This is a pretty tune.
Just a little something to help you move along.
I'm not going to call them and get angry at them.
Uh-huh.
I'm calling them with love. Like, hey, man, you want to come over and play Guitar Hero?
Right. But, like, for me, I enjoy your humor. And
Thank you, Sam.
I like the drunk dialing calls, even though every now and then I will send a voicemail over to Ron Bennington. I will do that from time to time. But I enjoy the calls. But there are many people who, if you called them and said, look, I've been staring at the girl you're dating, and I want her to dike out with my wife, a lot of people would get offended or
really
not want you around them or their family anymore.
See, that's...
And also get disgusted at the fact that you're raising a child. Not me.
Well, yeah.
Not me.
So you're saying society has changed or something?
No, that's the way society's always been.
So it's like, America's getting a lot more conservative is what you're telling me.
No, that's kind of been a prevailing theme for a long time now.
Wow.
That's something that you just haven't been aware of.
That's amazing.
Like, how you lose friends, you said? I think that's why.
They drop away.
Yeah.
They leave me and leave me.
It's a specific effort to stop hanging out with you.
You're always going to be my friend, right, Sam?
Always. I love a disaster.
I can call you
Yep.
drunk dials all the time.
All the time. I love seeing somebody crash. I love just...
I can call you whenever I want.
and
Sam.
whenever. I love the flaming wreckage. This is why John Denver's playing right now.
It's true. I can call Sam whenever I want.
This John Denver song represents the life of Eastside Dave. You're flying that plane high right now, but those mountains, they are coming. Dave, if you'd excuse me, I have a call.
Okay, Sam.
Hello?
Hi, Sam!
Oh, jeez.
Hi, you said I can call you whenever I want?
Well, Dave,
That time is now, young man!
I'm a little busy.
Sam!
Here's what we'll do.
Could you get me a sandwich, please?
No, I'm actually doing a radio show with you right now.
Hungry, Sam.
Have some cookies. All right?
Who baked these cookies?
My girlfriend did, Jess.
Could she get me an egg salad sandwich, Sam? Could she bake that?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and hang up this phone.
Okay, Sam. No, wait! Sam!
Yeah.
I love you so much.
Thank you so much.
How about the egg salad sandwich?
Well,
Are we on that, please?
We'll work. Yes, we're on it.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, Sam.
Bye. See, the beauty of it is when you call me.
Hold on. I have to make a call real quick.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
The beauty of it is when you call me, I know that you're either drunk or sober, and when you're sober, you have such a short attention span that I can make promises and not fulfill. I got to call.
I have to call
Hang on.
someone. Hold on, please.
Okay. Hello.
Can you get some chips with that egg salad sandwich, Sam?
Yeah, you said
Okay,
Dave.
thank you. Bye, Sam. Bye, Sam. Well, I mean, I think I like to call people a lot. I like to call people who I like. I don't think that's a big deal.
No.
And if someone's drunk, it means that, if that means I'm thinking about you.
Right. Well, I
Isn't
guess
that a nice thought?
I think it is. But there's two things that I'm thinking. There's two reasons why a person would stop being friends with you. Number one is they're offended by the things you say. And
Like what?
Diking out with the wife and the girlfriend.
Okay.
I'm not offended, but someone might be. Number two would be they don't want to see their friend in this state.
Right. Well,
Like, for instance, that could be somebody who, like, really cares about your well-being. Whereas me, on the other hand, I'm like, you know what? Davey Mac's having a good time. Let me go along for the ride. Let me just check it out and watch.
Just exactly. You have such a positive attitude.
You know?
I think that's going to be the staple of our show. Why does everyone always have to be so negative all the time?
I like to do two things in this world.
Okay.
I like to live, and I like to let live.
Live and let live. I think I've heard that before, but still.
Yeah.
It's a good credo nonetheless.
Exactly.
It
And
might
that's-
not be original,
No.
but it's yours.
It is mine.
Oh, you're such a good person.
Thank you so much.
Sam.
Yeah.
Let's talk about things that I don't care for.
Yeah, okay, but you know what, Dave? There's a thing, if you wanted to, we could fake a break.
Do we have to?
No.
I just thought do an hour and then get the hell out of here.
Okay. Well, okay.
I
yeah.
want to watch the baseball game. I don't need breaks.
Okay.
How long have we been going on for?
Yeah, 25, 30 minutes.
Look at that. And hasn't it felt so easy and simple? Maybe
Yeah,
Sam and
it
Dave
hasn't-
does have a future.
I think so.
We're not looking at each other, touching ourselves.
Yeah, that's what you're doing right now. You're just
Okay,
staring at me with your hand in your pants,
Sorry.
which is
I
uncomfortable.
apologize for that. Listen, fuck the break.
Let's not. All right, we're gonna troop on through it.
All right. I have a major problem. I'm watching sports all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and with sports comes commercials.
Yeah.
In fact, that's probably not just relegated to sports. That's probably all television has commercials.
Yeah.
Didn't even need to bring up the sports part. I'll move ahead.
Right.
Anyway.
A lot of stations every 15 minutes or so will play commercials.
Right. And you see this on the television all the time. Okay. We used to have these commercials. If it happens in Vegas, it stays in Vegas.
Yes, and they've just done that commercial over and over again.
I'm not even talking about the commercial now.
No.
Somehow if it happens in blank, it stays in blank has become so prevalent in the American lexicon, it's driving me fucking insane.
Well, Dave, I'll tell you, just in case they're sponsors, don't worry about it. Say whatever you want, because what happens on Sam and Dave stays on Sam
Stop
and Dave.
it! That's exactly what I'm talking about. You did that to annoy me.
No, I thought it would be cute.
No, it's not cute. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I thought it would be, I don't know. Oh, geez. I hope my girlfriend's family isn't mad at me about saying the Jewish thing about what they do with the...
Oh, I hope that I hope they're not either.
Right, because they've always said, hey,
Yeah.
Sam, remember, what happens in Westchester stays in Westchester.
Okay, you're a son of a bitch!
What? I'm just looking for cute ways to tie in
See,
jokes.
I hate when people do that now, though. That's the point.
But now it's a callback to what we were talking about before.
Don't do it anymore. As a favor to your pal, Dave.
All right.
That's me.
I won't do it again. But don't ask me about the inner workings of some of the other shows.
Why not? Why not?
Because a lot of people will come up to me and say, like, Sam, what's Opie
Yeah,
really
I know.
like?
Well, yeah.
You've
that's-
always wondered that, too.
I would wonder about what is Opie. Well, just real quick, he's not going to find out. What's Opie really like?
I have to tell you,
Yeah.
what happens backstage at the Opie and Anthony show stays
I'm out.
backstage
I'm outta
at
here.
the Opie and Anthony show.
I'm not
Where are you
fucking
going?
around.
Where are you going? All right.
You said you wouldn't do it anymore.
I'll stop. I'll stop.
And you're a liar.
Why? I didn't
You
even.
did it 3 times.
I didn't mean to do it.
It's enough is enough already.
You know what's in those cookies right there?
What?
Do you like them?
I love these cookies. What's in them?
Do you want to know what's in them?
Yeah, what is in the cookies? They're so delicious.
Well, it's actually a little bit of. Ooh, I'm getting a.
What's the problem?
I'm getting a dirty look. I forgot.
What?
What happens in the Just Kitchen stays.
Fuck you!
In the Just. Don't throw cookies at me. I'm just
Why are
saying.
you trying to do this? You know it upsets me. It's overused jimble jumbo jungo.
Because I'm trying to do something that the listeners will find funny.
Okay, I don't care for them.
The listeners?
I mean, no, I take that back.
Well, if you don't care for the listeners,
Yeah.
they're not going to be able to hear us. And then what happens on Sam and Dave really is going to stay on
All right,
Sam and
stop
Dave
it! That's
because
5 times!
they won't be able to hear it.
I'm just joking, by the way. I love you people. Now listen.
Sounded so genuine.
But my mom does. Well,
Your mom does it?
You ruined it, so I'm not even going to do it. I'm not going to say it. Now here's another one.
Wait, your mom does that?
My mom will do it like, hey, mom, you know, how was playing golf today? Mm-hmm. Dave, what happens on the golf course stays on golf. I'm like, it doesn't. What are you talking? Just tell him. Did you shoot well? No.
Yeah.
What happens on the 18th hole stays in the 18th hole. No, it doesn't.
As if it's some
It's a public game.
there's some secret society going on. Like this
It's
is
golf.
really. It's like a Masonic temple. It's like Freemasons.
Right. And it's not.
No.
She plays on a public golf course.
Right. It's just a matter of how many shots did you take?
Right.
For how many holes? What's the ratio? How was your score?
Yeah. No, what happens on the golf course stays on the golf course.
That's what happened.
Why am I pretending she's from New Orleans in 1865?
Actually, last February, I was watching the news trying to get this Super Bowl score.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, hey, Bryant Gumbel, what happened at the big game?
Yeah.
And Bryant told me, Sam, what happens on the football field stays.
Why?
On the football
Why
field.
would he say
I
it?
don't know. I thought his job was to give us the
He
results
should
of
be
the sports
telling you.
games.
What
Yeah.
a jerk. Why would he do this to you?
I think he just likes jokes.
Well, he's upsetting me.
I
So
think-
that's one.
I think he just likes jokes.
Can I say that's one phrase that I just don't care for?
All right, I don't see why you wouldn't care for it, and I don't necessarily agree because I love catchphrases, but I'll let you be entitled to your opinion.
Here's another one. Ready? Mm-hmm. This one really upsets me. There's no crying in ...
Yeah,
Ever
I think
since League of Their Own.
Remember that with Tom Hanks? There's
Tom
no
Hanks.
crying in baseball.
Right.
Oh, he was good.
Yeah, right. And ever since that thing, it won't make sense at all. I'll be upset in the deli, saying you messed my order up. Like, there's no crying in deli. He's like, what are you
That's
talking
true.
about?
I mean, so you asked for no mayo, and there's a little mayo.
Yeah.
There's no crying in sandwiches, Dave. Everyone should know
No,
that.
I'm not crying, A, and B, don't use that phrase. It's been done. League of Their Own was like 15 years ago. It's over.
Dave,
What?
you're doing a lot of whining right now about these catchphrases.
Am I?
There's no crying in
Oh,
catchphrases.
son of a bitch.
You know?
Sons of bitches, pompuses.
Yeah. And tell that baby of yours back there, there's no crying in the radio studio.
She's a child.
I'm
She's a
saying.
baby. There is crying in the studio when you're 5 months old. That's the thing. My brother
But didn't
at my
you see-
grandmother's funeral the other day thought it would be funny. They go, "There's no crying in the funeral parlor."
There's lots of crying.
This is the perfect place for crying.
Or jacking off.
People don't need to hear about that again.
Listening on the best of driving in.
Really, folks, you don't need to hear all this stuff.
Exactly. And people are like sitting there going, oh, Dave shouldn't have been jacking off in the
Yeah.
funeral parlor.
Right.
And I'm like saying, there's no crying in Ron Fez best of.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I know what you mean. Now, speaking of phrases, there was this show. Do you remember this one show?
Which show?
It was called It's Like You Know.
No. I don't remember that show.
I only thought of it because the phrase popped into my head.
It's like,
And
you know.
I have a note with coffee on it that says,
Yeah.
talk about It's Like You Know. But besides that, It's Like You Know was billed as, from the creators of Seinfeld, come the next great sitcom in America. It's Like You Know! And then I looked up the credits, and Larry David or Jerry Seinfeld had nothing to do with. Oh,
Are you crying? Are you crying?
why are you doing this?
Crying? There's no crying in baseball.
I understand. I know that there's
Tom
no crying
Hanks
in
is the
baseball.
best.
I get it that there's no crying in baseball.
Oh.
I understand that. I've known that for 15 fucking years.
It's just women playing baseball. One of them starts crying.
I know that there's no crying at the pediatrics.
No.
I know now
oh, yeah,
that
that's
there's
a funny one. When a little kid is there getting a shot, and then it's like,
There's no
hey,
crying.
There's no crying in booster shots.
There actually is.
Yeah.
There's quite a deal of crying. And I call up the UPS when I was in Brooklyn, who would try and get me, who would never bring the packages up. I lived four stories up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would never deliver the package up to my door. They would just leave it
Is it
downstairs.
a walk up or an elevator?
It was a walk up.
That's not pleasant.
Doesn't matter. That's their job.
That's true. I
That's
mean,
what they get paid
their
for.
job is to deliver packages.
It's the one thing that they have to do.
Right.
And they would never, ever deliver the packages up to me. The guy would just put him down there for the whole entire building to steal
In the front of the building.
in the front of the building.
It's a 4-story apartment building.
Right.
There's lots of people that could just walk. Oh, that looks like a good package for me.
And they did, I'm sure.
Yeah. How many packages do you think
You know,
you missed?
and a lot. And if you're out there, I want my vintage Boba Fett action figure.
Never got it.
I want it.
Who's Boba Fett?
I put it on my Amazon wish list. It said it was delivered.
I know like Jenga Fett.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know Boba Fett.
Star Wars character.
Oh.
Empire Strikes Back, episode 2.
Episode 2.
Episode 5.
Wow, they've already done 5?
Oh, boy.
It's like, you know.
Anyway, I called up the UPS office, and the guy actually said, there's no crying at the UPS. I'm not crying. I'm filing.
Just give me my mail.
This is an official complaint. It's
Right.
not crying.
Enough with your movie lines. Just give me the mail.
Everybody talks in movie lines these days.
Yeah.
They all do.
Yeah.
Whore. Whore.
What's
That's what
that?
my dad says.
What movie is that from?
Who knows? I don't know where he picked it up,
Right.
but he
you know,
does it now.
It's not, there's no reference. There's no nothing.
There's no nothing. He's a sick man, though. You know,
Yeah.
he did some time.
But anyway, you
ahead.
wanted Jess and Casey to Rizzoli out.
I
And
mean, it seems like it would be a nice thing for everyone, I suppose.
yeah, it'd be a fun time for all. But as Sam points out, that's absolutely sexual.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really claim not in a sexual way when you're describing a sexual. Listen, I'll be this in a sexual way, but I love to fuck that lady, not in a sexual way. Yeah, you can't. That disclaimer doesn't really work there.
No, it does not. What's even funnier is who's in the room to watch the first taping of the special delivery
My
by
ex,
Primitive?
Casey,
Your
and
ex
both.
and Jess.
Both, and
Yep.
both, yeah,
So
both,
they got to hear about
both,
that,
both
which
were there. That's awesome. That's great stuff right there. That's great. That's great material right there.
could have been if they had taken the hint. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Anyway, what goes next is one of my favorite bits.
All of that is very shock jockey anyway, by the way. I'm glad I got out of that craziness.
Well,
and maybe fucking that little weasel Don Wicklund was right with all this shock jockery going on right now where demanding women make out.
I mean, no, this was a drunk call that Sam brought to the air with your permission, which is
True.
very
This is
interesting,
less
yeah.
shock jockery than just straight up misogyny.
Which is better.
Drunken misogyny.
Either way, I enjoyed it. And
Private,
you realize
private drunken misogyny. So it's not true blue shock jockery. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm spared on that. Thank you.
no. And then what you do next is one of my favorite bits that you do. I don't know if it carried throughout the whole Sam and Dave era, but when it's time for the bit to move on, you adopted a from Cheers tone to refer to Sam.
Sam.
Yes.
Sam. Now, who am I doing an impression of? Sam.
The guy, Frasier from Cheers.
No, come on.
Nancy,
Sam. Sam.
the blonde lady from Cheers.
What's her fucking name, babe? This was a thing, Robert. Sam and
Dave.
Sam and
Diane.
Jesus Christ.
God.
Diane Chambers, played by the great Shelley Long. She always said Sam on fucking Cheers in that really almost like, hoity-toity, almost quasi-British. It's like when the American people want to speak so dignified that they nearly go into a British accent. And she was always like, Sam. And that always stuck with me on Cheers. By the way, at the end of the day, became a Kirstie Alley fan I became a Rebecca Howe fan, character-wise.
Okay.
Over Diane Chambers. But yes, I was doing a Diane Chambers, Shelley Long impression there.
I liked it. And
Sam
points out that's how you know it's time to change subjects, because you go, Sam. What do we have next? You then segue, you try to do some Star Wars. Sam says, we'll get to that later. And then you ask him how old he is. You find out there's an age gap between you two. And you ask an incredibly interesting question. You say, what do you think of the Ewoks? Do you remember this at all?
No.
Okay, so you're trying to gauge Sam's age, and you ask him what his opinion of the Ewoks are, and you go, people of my generation tend to not like them. People of yours tend to be big fans. Flash forward a few years, there's a big show called How I Met Your Mother, where Barney does a test to see if a girl is too young to sleep with, and his test is to take them to see Star Wars Episode 6, and if they like the Ewoks, they're too young for him.
That's crazy. So that was like almost the same bit?
Point blank ripped off from you, dude.
What? And I'm telling you, man, these sitcoms, these How I Met Your Mothers, we know the fucking CBS connection with the Stengel brothers and Letterman and how much shit we fucking, come on, man. But you know what? It's all paranoia. No, it's either that they're just ripping us off still to this day, or like I said before, then I'm an innovator and I come up with everything first. And at some point that needs to be recognized as shit, man. He's like a Van Gogh. He does everything before anyone else.
Absolutely. You ready for a Rob conspiracy take?
Go ahead.
I don't know if it was the guys you're angry with that were keeping you out of SiriusXM. Around the time you left, the Stengel brothers came in. And why would you have the guy whose ideas you're ripping off work for you? Just a thought.
Interesting.
I mean, a lot of it, we see it. I'm just throwing it out there. Then we do what we were kind of illustrating earlier. Sam gets into what he knows best, which is professional wrestling and soup level gossip, which is and that's a compliment. Like, that is his wheelhouse. He's one of my favorite people to listen to at that. But he's talking about Hulk Hogan has a wrestling reality show.
Yeah. I mean, the Hulkster was doing all that reality garbage. This is like one of the, main eras of reality fucking TV, one of the last bastions of where reality TV still meant something, with the fucking Hulkster and the Jersey Shore and all that goddamn shit.
I think this was right before the relaunch of the Jersey Shore. Exactly. Because at this point, you guys have a very similar discussion, how this might be the last of the good reality TV shows. Everything's kind of gone to VH1. Then they ran out of ideas. But what's great, I think, is Sam kind of gives the summary of what's going on the show. And then there's Dave to pick the ball and be a live producer on air and be like, I think it would be funny. You pick obscure wrestling groups. Like, we should have this guy on. One of them was like the Bushwhackers. You know what I mean? And just making it funny in addition to just Sam giving the news. It was a beautiful dynamic back and forth.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so we'll play that right here, and then we will be back. I'm just teasing. We've got a lot more to get through before our next break, buddy. We're kind of going slow. In addition to that, it's kind of your turn to pick up the ball. It seems like there's a bit of a back and forth going on, and you point out how you just don't understand Jewish holidays. You think Christian holidays are better than Jewish holidays. You're like, we just celebrated Christmas. We did Christmas and Hanukkah with your daughter who's crying because and then that's you're explaining kind of your backstory, but also setting yourself up for a bit, which is then Christmas is so much better than Hanukkah. Nothing even comes close to Easter. You give the backstory, or you learn the backstory that Sam has done Easter Passover with Jess's family, and they hide candy to kind of mimic the Easter egg hunt, and he's calling him out on it. But it's a good way to kind of give your backstory, and you do see the dynamic. Sam's going to bring news stories and hot topics to the air, and Dave's going to bring personal bits and reality and make himself the entertainment, which again goes back to that Opie versus Fez.
Yeah, I suppose so. Opie versus Fez. So I'm Fez and he's Opie.
Yeah, not against each other. Like, I think he's more of an Opie. He's gathering topics. Yeah. He's going to steer the ship. He's going to be funny. He does some very interesting bits throughout. I'm guessing they were your ideas, but he plays his role well.
Yeah.
And you're going to bring the personal stories, the physical comedy.
I think I'm just being me, really. But I could see, I guess there's probably, maybe there was a Fez influence, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's truly almost like when you see Anakin Skywalker fight like he's Obi-Wan Kenobi or something, you're like, oh, he trained him.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
If that happens in Star Wars, I don't really know.
Yes, it does. Episode 3.
Okay, I'm just trying to help. Then we learn the next bit, and I truly appreciate this. This was the era where the phrase "what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas" is very big.
I hate that.
No, and you hated it on air.
Yeah, it's so it's that not only do I hate what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. In fact, if anything, I will give what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas a pass because they actually were the ones who created it. I hate when people take that phrase and apply it to something. Like your mom and her friend will be in the kitchen, having tea. And they'll be shit talking one of their other fucking old lady friends. And then all of a sudden you'll hear them, well, listen, don't worry about it, Marie. What happens in the kitchen stays in the kitchen. And they always think it's, and then everyone who does that unoriginal shit thinks it's funny. You fucking bump into a guy at the fucking library. And the guy, well, don't worry about it. What happens in the library stays in the library. Yeah, okay, what happens in the thing stays in the thing. I hate when people just repeat the same fucking shit. That drives me crazy. Like right now, how everyone uses the word wild as an all-purpose fucking goddamn Swedish pocket knife or Swiss Army knife or whatever the fuck that little thing is that they call it. They use the word wild for like every definition. It can be disturbing. It can be funny. It can be lighthearted. It can be like straight up evil. Everything these days is wild. And that to me was becoming a cliche of, well, if it happens in, if it happens in the shitter, what happens in the shitter stays in the shitter.
That rant was wild, Dave. Just remember, there's no crying in podcasting.
Yeah. No crying. There's no crying in blank. Yeah. That kind of thing.
That's what Sam does to you for the next 10 minutes. Anytime you try to get into it, and it's very well done. Like I was laughing as I was re-listening to it today.
Killing me.
Just back and forth. Jess made some cookies, and you go, what are the ingredients? And he goes, you know what? Actually, Dave, what happens in Jess' kitchen stays in Jess' kitchen.
There it is.
Things like that.
There's the fucking shit.
It's a lot of fun back and forth. You guys tell some personal stories to wrap up the first episode of what would have been the podcast if you hadn't gotten the radio show. You bring up some nostalgia for old TV shows and drive Sam nuts a little bit because do you remember the show It's Like You Know? It was supposed to be, it was billed as like from the creators of Seinfeld, but neither Jerry Seinfeld
Oh,
nor
I
Larry
remember
David.
that. I watched that show. I watched like the first 4 episodes because they said, yes, it's like all the best writers from Seinfeld are going to make this show. It's called It's Like You Know. And each and every episode, they're going to fucking figure a way to pigeonhole the phrase, it's like you know in. Like, that was actually the selling point, was like, it's Seinfeld creators, and every single episode, someone is going to say, it's like, you know. And the show, I think, lasted, 1 season, 1 and done. Might have even been canceled midway through the season. I tried watching it, though. I remember being like, Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing was in it. It was like bizarre. And she playing the character of Jennifer Grey. That was like another thing that they thought, like, look at what we're doing here. This is amazing.
It was terrible. But
it's fucking
the same idea
as shit. That show was one of the biggest disappointments of my entire life.
That one was bad. You also hated the 2 ladies in a pizza shop.
Well, I hated the show, but always a big Kat Dennings fan. I don't know what she's doing these days, but wherever you are, Kat, holla.
Let me talk to you about It's Like You Know.
Yeah, okay.
So this show came out, and by the way, it was not by the creators of Seinfeld, as I said.
But because you said when they pitched the show, it was like the next Seinfeld.
It was.
From the creators of
Seinfeld.
And did this show, I'm starting to remember, did it come out like right after Seinfeld went off?
Exactly. Like probably the next year after Seinfeld went off. When did Seinfeld go off? 2099?
Something like that.
All right. So it came out in probably the next year. And the whole point of the show was, this wasn't the point, but the gimmick of the show was that once an episode on It's Like You Know, one of the cast members will say the phrase, "It's like you know."
Oh, really?
Chock full of laughs, I tell you.
That's
chock full of laughs. And for some reason, they had Jennifer Grey playing the part of Jennifer Grey, playing herself.
Why?
So they thought they were doing like a Gary Shandling type deal, and it wasn't. It was.
Was Jennifer Grey as funny as Gary Shandling?
No, she wasn't.
Okay.
It was always about her nose job, and I'm like, we don't care about Jennifer Grey. Dirty Dancing is really one of the worst movies of all time.
It was a long time ago. It's very Dirty Dancing, I mean.
Yeah.
It's no reason.
No, I didn't even know what she did between Dirty Dancing and It's Like You Know. And It's Like You Know was really a terrible show. I mean, I'm talking on the same level, if not worse, than Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, is this the Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place, or the later shortened version, Two Guys and a Girl?
Oh, there was a show I didn't know.
Yeah,
what happened to the Pizza Place?
A couple seasons in, they shortened that title. They did the old KFC make it easier to say job.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. I didn't watch it still.
Well, I loved Reverse Three's Company. I mean, Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place. That was such an innovative, and that guy's a big star. That what's his face? Who was the main? He became Van Helsing or
Ryan Reynolds?
Ryan Reynolds.
Isn't he the one from that show? Yeah.
Married Scarlett Johansson recently, by the way.
You know what that must be like? It's like
Okay. I think maybe we should take a break now.
You think so?
Yeah. If you're just going to keep saying my phrases, the
phrases
pays. That I get upset. That's why that's
the phrase that pays on Sam and
already
Dave.
used.
Everybody call up now and think of ways to say It's Like You Know. I wish we had a phone number.
I'm going to call up right now.
Okay. Ring, 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 ring.
I'm calling up. Just going to wait for that dial tone to call up.
Oh, I got a phone call. Hang on, Dave.
Okay. I'm just going to call up someone right now.
Oh. Well, missed call because that would be my voicemail. You gotta love the iPhone and helping with bits.
I got a voicemail, Sam, on the person who I was calling. So I just needed to do this real quick. And yes, Sam, it's Dave. Can you get a Dr. Pepper with an egg salad and chips?
Okay.
Bye.
All right. I don't know if I'm going to get the egg salad.
Hey, how's the show going so far? I think it's been awesome.
It's like,
Oh, you're doing it again.
good.
Well, can we end it? I mean, this is enough.
You really do have the heart of a champion.
We came in. How long have we been on the air?
Oh, it's 40 minutes. But see, that's why if you break it up,
These are smooth 40 minutes.
it has been a good one.
I
but,
mean, this is great.
To
This
me,
is-
it's like, I'm glad I didn't watch that show. No,
Stop
I'm
doing
referencing the show. I'm
Okay.
not saying it's like,
Okay. All right.
which would be like, not that great of me.
Okay, now you're doing it.
Okay,
Now you're confusing me.
Right. That's what I do. Play little mind games with you while we're doing a show.
Sam,
Throw you off your game.
is this the best thing you've ever done in your radio career?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say yes, it is.
But what's the number? You brought up the scale.
6, which is good because I have a lot of a lot of the stuff I've done.
Pretty low.
Everything else I've done has been around a 4
Sam,
though. Yeah.
you like my tattoos?
Yes, I've seen your tattoos. But we should get back on to
Okay.
the it's like thing because it's always been one of my pet peeves in movies
Yeah.
when they have to say the name of the title in the movie.
Oh,
Like they're explaining to you why they named it this.
yeah.
Like,
For example,
well, you got to realize there is something about Mary. And it's like, okay, I know. I got her name was Mary, and I put everything together. Or at the end of Back to the Future, when Doc is like, Marty, we have to go back to the future. I know. I understand the time travel thing from the beginning of the film. I know. I like,
and that was wrong, by the way.
what was?
But it was Back to the Present. It
Right.
wouldn't have been Back to the Future.
Because they only went, technically they went to the future only one. Well, no, because when they're in the past, then they have to, technically since they're in the past becomes the present. So in order to return to the present, they have to go back to the future.
I don't know. My head hurts, though.
I'm sorry. But, and the documentary Bigger, Stronger, Faster?
Yeah.
Like, I got it because it's about steroids. But they spent the first 15 minutes of the movie with people saying bigger, stronger, faster, and with banners that said bigger, stronger, faster, and the voiceover guy saying, they wanted America to be bigger, stronger, and faster.
Can I tell you, how was that movie, by the way?
Well, it was good the beginning. I did fall asleep while watching it. But it was during a weekday afternoon, and I have a tendency to fall asleep during weekday afternoons when watching anything. Are you posing for the camera? You just want to make sure you have a nice picture, right? With the
Sorry,
microphone?
someone was taking photographs of us.
Well, you know what
so
you could do?
I like to stop talking and smile.
Since-
Why don't you do that?
Because what we're doing here is not for ourselves, but for the audience
But
listening.
there was someone taking a photo of me,
Right.
and I wanted to look nice and smile for them.
Well, what you do is let that be a candid picture. And
But that wouldn't look as pleasant. I like to smile, show I brushed my teeth today.
But-
oh, wait a second. Shh.
okay, I can talk while you're doing this if you want to, or I'll just wait so you're paying attention. Now, when she took the picture, Dave.
Smile,
No,
Sam.
all right, we're smiling.
Smile.
We're smiling.
Don't worry about them
Yep,
at
yep.
home. Folks, if you're listening, there's a person in here taking photographs. What are we supposed to do?
Well-
Keep talking.
well,
then
here's-
we're going to have crazy photos with our mouths open and our heads are screwed up. Ow!
Hear me out on this, Dave. I think I have an idea of how we could do both.
Okay.
What we could do is let her take pictures of us and be candid about it. And then once we're done with the show,
Right.
just stand in front of the mics and pretend to be doing a show, and that's when we would smile. That way the show itself wouldn't be interrupted.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Good. Did you get a marketing degree or
No,
something?
I'm a human being.
Where'd you go to college?
Syracuse University. Yeah. And graduated in 4 years.
Oh, boy.
I actually went
Marv
from-
Albert went there, huh?
Yep.
I went to Monmouth University. You know who went there?
Who's that?
My mother.
Did she?
She was big time.
Okay. Yeah, we also had Len Berman.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. And the WWE's Michael Cole.
Holy cow. And then at my school, Monmouth University, we had my cousin Jimmy.
Yep. We had Dick Clark also.
Oh, boy.
Do you have any other Monmouth
My friend Tone.
Tone? But he went with you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that wouldn't be. What's Tone up to these days?
He works.
Probably dead.
Actually, he works at Lids.
Okay. And so he would also be quickly approaching 31 years old.
I have a funny story about that.
What's that?
We, my brother and I went into the mall last Christmas for some last-minute Christmas shopping, and I saw my friend Tone at Lids working.
This was last Christmas.
This is last Christmas.
So were you 30 yet?
Yes.
And Tone was.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And by the way, this is just if people don't have Lids, it's a store of hats.
Right. It just all they do. They set up shops in malls and just sell hats.
That's the worst store.
You could go into a store and pick up a hat and say, "I'd like to get a shirt to match this hat," and they'll say, "Then you got to check out Old Navy because all we have is hats."
And there's no way that they're selling enough hats to stay in business. How many hats can a store sell? Like 4?
And they're not just one store. There are thousands of lid stores. Every time you go into a mall, even in New York, in this state alone, how many times do you go into different malls? Every one of them has a lid.
Right.
And nobody's buying hats.
No one. People who wear hats,
Yeah.
they're good.
Yeah.
They don't need, like, more hats.
You know where
a hat lasts a solid fucking 10 years.
And you know where you get a hat? Foot Locker. When you're buying shoes, you also pick up a hat.
Yeah, you say throw the hat
and a
in
jersey.
the bag.
You get a jersey, too.
Yeah.
Or a sport models.
It's not. It would be like a store specializing in mittens,
Right.
So it's not necessary.
To say that they are seasonal would be an understatement.
Yeah. So my brother and I go into Lids, and I saw my friend Tone behind the cash register.
Oh.
I started laughing and go, "Do you really work here?" What the heck? I thought he was playing a joke on me. Like I thought
he knew you were coming to the mall.
Exactly.
And
I don't
he was
know
like-
why.
He was like, "Oh man, Davey Eastside is coming to the mall
Right.
today.
Oh, God.
I am gonna go stand behind the
How
lids counter."
fucking dare I think I'm Truman Show, and everyone's just jumping around to play practical jokes. Some people have bad lives.
Someone's up in the moon, just saying, "Where's Dave going today? We're gonna think of a great joke, and we're all gonna laugh."
Right.
It's all about Davey Mack.
I know. It's terrible. It really is. I am just totally about myself.
Yeah.
But so I look at him, I start laughing, and I go, "Tone, do you really work here, or is this a joke?" And he goes, "No, I really fucking work here."
You asshole.
Right. And I'm like, "All right. I don't really want a hat. I just saw you, and I decided to come in, pop my head in." And my brother started laughing as soon as we got out, and he's like, "What the hell is the matter with you?" I'm like, "I thought that's my friend Tone. I thought he was just joking."
Because you tell him his life is a joke, and then mention, "And by the way, I already have a hat."
I didn't even buy a hat.
And
I didn't even make him feel good about himself.
My favorite part of Lids is you can get a frequent shopper's card. And they're like, they once tried to sell me. They're like, but it's not even like at CVS, the frequent shopper's cards are free. And even if it costs $15 a year, it would probably be worth it because you go to CVS a lot. Toothpaste, shaving cream, soap, chips, soda, magazines, anything you want, even prescriptions. But at Lids, you have to pay $10 a year to earn 15% back on your hats.
Can you imagine the genuine psychopath that has a card?
Yeah.
Hi!
It's just
I need another hat!
My own theory is that this is just...
No, wait a second, you don't understand! I had my Houston Astros hat, now I want a Cardinals hat!
It's Lid's way of trying to sell hat racks. Because they're trying to convince people that they need so many hats that they also have to buy a hat rack. And guess what we have at Lid's? Hat racks.
Hat racks. What a bunch of con artists.
And just in case we're not up on the latest trend, you can get your very own... I've seen these at Lids. They're the hat brim benders. Like it's a device that you put on the brim of your hat to bend it.
I need that.
Why
you
don't
need
you-
all these little gizmos and gadgets.
Why don't you just take the brim and squish it between your two hands, or even put it over your thigh? And that's a nice curve right there. Your thigh is a nice curve.
The day we start complicating hats is the day we need to explode the country.
Yes.
We just have to just bomb everything.
Sir, you look like... Yeah. Do you sell... like a rain hat? It's raining out. No, just baseball caps. Do you have something that like could keep the whole area of my head dry? Or no, These are not practical hats. They're just baseball caps.
Just baseball hats.
And trucker caps.
And what's with the name lids? Like they're trying to start some little phrase that, well, we'll get all the kids calling them lid. No one calls them lids.
Hey, nice lid.
It doesn't happen.
No. Have you heard one rap song where they're rapping about their
No,
lid? No,
they don't. They say hats.
In fact, lids, and that's a thing that would be popular in the hip-hop community, to buy all those hats. And they don't even mention the lids. I've never heard a rap song that mentions the store lids.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't care for that, by the way, in the hip-hop community. And yeah, that's right. I'm going after you.
Okay, we're getting at you now. Let me find some hip-hop music.
Please do so. Because you know what? Tipper Gore was right about you people.
Oh, wait. Don't say you people.
Okay, you edit that out.
Yeah.
No, I mean hip-hop community in general.
Oh, by you people, you mean rappers. So Eminem's in there, too. He's white.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Look, I'm talking to, I'll say Pete Bass from, what was the bad thing? MC Search. What was the name of that?
Oh,
Pop
MC
Goes
Search,
the Weasel.
yeah.
Third base or whatever?
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? Pete Nice. Pete Nice. No, but I totally forget what I was going to say about the rappers.
No,
what was
you
I
were talking about you didn't like, because I said that you'd think that the only place that lids hats in rap.
So this is what I was going to say. I don't like how disloyal they are to sports teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because they have a blue shirt, then they have to go out and get a blue Giants hat. Okay, fine. You're a New York Giants football hat. Until the next day, the guy's wearing a green shirt. He goes out and buys an Eagles hat.
That's true.
What the hell is this?
You know, Hip Hop Ron, our intern, you can ask him next time Hip Hop Ron comes in here and you see him, look at the team logo on his baseball cap and say, "Are you a fan of that team?" And he will tell you to your face, no.
See, this bothers me. Why not just go out and buy a green hat?
Mm-hmm.
Why buy a specific team, Eagles or Celtics, which signifies to me you're a fan of that team? Which is just buy. I'm sure there's green baseball hats out there. Look at lids, for example.
It would be like you walking around in your GNR concert T-shirt and
Yes.
saying, "I hate that Axl Rose. He sucks." No, I said it was just an example.
What?
It was just an example.
Well,
It's not my opinion.
You don't say anything about him.
It was just an opinion. Just an opinion of someone.
You
not
don't
my
talk
opinion.
about him like that, my friend. No one talks about Mr. Axl Rose, formerly William Bailey, formerly Billy Bailey.
It's not my opinion. But I'm saying that it would be equivalent if you said you didn't like that band. That band. I said that band. You like them. I like them. We both like them. We both like them. Don't break things.
Can we talk more about lids?
Yes, but I need to calm you down.
You know, you were saying about the hat brim machine. Oh yeah, now we're talking. I tell you one thing right now, you are incredible at pushing buttons and looking things up.
Thank
and
you.
pushing buttons.
And it doesn't even disrupt the flow, does it?
I don't understand how you even do it. It
Yeah.
doesn't disrupt the flow at all. It's just
Flow.
like, I don't care about nothing. Come on, Brownstone. Anyway, this doesn't disrupt the flow at all. Let's rock! Yeah! Fuck lids! Fuck talking about topics!
Sing along.
Well, then, my time, yeah. Mr. Brownstone.
All right.
You know what Mr. Brownstone was about, don't you?
What?
I don't know.
No, I don't
some
know
sort
either.
of building or something.
Yeah.
Whenever I think of Mr. Brownstone, I think of where the Huxtables lived.
They did live
That's
in a
just
brownstone.
me. I don't really interpret lyrics well, though. I
They
just
did
hear
live-
guitars and drums and then blee blee.
So anyway, you're saying you don't like that the team.
No, I was going to say that shoehorns. My grandfather had one.
We're not going to talk about shoehorns. We're on to something here.
Well, it's the thing about it is that
So,
the
like,
rappers.
You have a Giants logo tattooed on your arm.
You got that right, pal.
Right. Now, is that just because you wanted to wear something baby blue that matches it? Or are you a fan?
Right. I am a fan, and I lost a bet.
Yeah, and...
No, I think I won a bet.
Okay, see, I didn't know a lot about sports, but I'm looking on the TV at the Giants now. They have that NY and Royal blue.
Yeah. Mine's in baby blue. The tattoo artist was really bad this time.
Okay.
I'd like to say it was only this time, but a lot of the tattoos that I have, the Sopranos tattoo on my back.
Right. Yeah, that one's terrible.
Yeah. Where for some reason Carmela looks more like Abe Vigoda is not a good tattoo.
My favorite part about you getting that tattoo was people pointing out that doesn't look like them,
Right.
and then the guy going, "But it will. Don't worry. Once the swelling goes down." And
Yeah. He's my personal guy. My personal tattoo artist somehow thinks that the tattoos magically are going to transfix when I'm sleeping into something that looks like good tattoos.
Why do you guys keep using him?
He's able to come in whenever he wants. The
And
funny
I
thing
guess I guess the priority of the whole thing is not making sure that you look good.
yeah.
So
well,
if you end up with even a shittier tattoo than one would imagine, it turns out okay for this
right.
show.
I would have liked to have a good-looking tattoo.
Right.
The funny thing is, when I called the guy, this guy Rob, I'd be like, "Hey, Rob, can you come into the show tomorrow? I lost another bet." And he'd be like, "Let me just check my books." Yep, I'm good to go. And then I was like, "Oh shoot, Rob, you know what? Actually, we're scheduled to do something tomorrow. How about Thursday?" Well, I'll just check. Yeah, I'm all free Thursday, baby. And oh my God, Rob, you know, forget about this week. We have off this week. I'm sorry, I meant next Thursday.
Right.
Let me just check. Yeah. My God, would you believe it? I'm off next Thursday too. You don't have a real job. You're not
No.
really a tattoo artist, are you?
No, he bought those tattoo tools on eBay.
You're some Tyler Durden freak who just comes in.
He wants to come on the radio show, and he found his niche.
What a son of a bitch.
Giving terrible tattoos to you.
What a great show we've had here today.
Is that the end?
Yeah, let's hit the theme music. We did about an hour.
Did we, timekeepers?
Can she take another photograph of me?
All right, yeah, you take a photograph of Dave while I...
Sam, quiet. Quiet.
All right, everybody
the photographs are being taken place. Quiet. Yes, I'm smiling for you. Sam,
Yeah.
look at her
I know,
and
you're
smile.
right. You're right, I'm sorry.
She's gonna...
We're taking a picture
Oh,
for
this is...
everyone. I don't like the silence, because it's a radio show. Thank you for that.
You never told me when to say cheese. Did you know that people aren't doing that
What?
anymore these days?
Saying cheese?
No one does the 1, 2, 3 cheese. Okay, 1, 2, 3 cheese. People don't do that. Have you noticed that? People just take the camera, snippy away. Ooh, this isn't our theme music.
I know, that's the outro music.
Oh, this is what we're going to be outroing?
Very smart of me, huh?
Change it up rather than hold on?
Yeah.
I
Hold
guess
on is the intro, and then this will be kind of what we go out to. So we got 2 minutes or so to kind of wind down.
This is a great song.
And if we want to quit early, we'll just we'll just say goodbye and put the song up.
We can play this every day if we want to, or every show.
Every show we will end with this song, and see if people pick up on the fact that the name of the band is Sam and Dave.
What's the name of this show?
Sam and Dave.
Holy shit!
You know what
now
we
I
did?
see what the connection is.
You know what we did a terrible job of doing today?
What, Sam?
Saying you're
Sam.
listening to Sam and Dave.
Oh,
we
my
didn't
God.
say that even once. You're
listening to Sam and Dave.
We said it in the beginning,
You're listening to Sam and Dave.
then talked for an hour.
Right. Well, we had good things to say, I think. And we had good topics, and we talked about poor Cousin Oliver going down in the plane crash.
Yeah. Do a little Sam and Dave recap now.
There was Cousin Oliver
Mm-hmm.
and my friend Tone. I hope things pick up for you, pal.
Yeah.
And I apologize again. I can't say that enough.
And remember, if you were offended by anything you heard today on Sam and Dave, remember, there's no crying in podcasting.
You're a son of a
We'll
bitch.
see you next week, everybody.
Boys are back. David's still looking as good as ever.
The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Killed it.
Thank you.
I will say this about you, Dave. You're one of the epitomes of the worst weather makes the best radio. You've been smiley and bubbly this whole episode despite your life collapsing around you. So nothing but respect coming from you.
Let me say my life is collapsing around me. You don't have to say my life is collapsing around me. That's extra depressing.
It feels like you hung up on the wrong point of that compliment there. Which is you're keeping such an optimistic, positive attitude. And I think what we have, if you look at this episode as a whole, the first part is kind of you guys establishing, your ties into what this regular listening group's listening to. If you're just an O&A fan, you may not know Dave as well. Like you've done a bunch of crossover, but same with Ron and Fez. You know, Sam's occasionally on. He's been Fez's nemesis several times, but
Listen, Sam and Dave, we have special delivery. Sam and Dave were on live on Saturdays for 3 years.
that's
Let's not
hell of a
forget
run.
that. I mean, that's a big run and again, we were both working full time. Sam with O&A, me with Ron and Fez. So to also then come in on Saturdays live and quite frankly, kick ass for a long time. We had a lot of great shit. And it was a really good show, actually. It really was.
Absolutely. So that was the first part. The second part, what we're going to look at now, is kind of like I like to think sows a bunch of the seeds of what we're going to see to come. We already saw the acts of some characters and things like that. But one of the first topics you get into in the second Lost tape is what point and who was the guy you said you were going to be if you had an automatic rifle?
Michael Douglas in Falling Down.
Of Batman fame?
Michael Douglas of Batman fame?
No, never mind.
Michael Douglas of Falling Down.
I don't know who that is then.
What the fuck? Michael Douglas from Wall Street.
Oh, I got you now. My bad. Who played Batman that you hated?
I don't fucking
Michael
know.
Keaton. That's where I got confused.
No,
Fuck.
I love Michael Keaton.
Okay, well, you talk some mad shit about the Keat dog
Oh,
on
do
this
I?
episode. Yeah.
Oh, well, this is some now. So this is some shock jock fucking behavior.
Not even really. What it is it's clearly a thread of cinema theories or movie conspiracies that one of the running bits because
Movie theory.
You try to pinpoint the exact moment in his career where everything kind of went downhill. And
Multiplicity.
that was your argument. That was yours.
Boom.
That was after a long period of time, right? Because he did Batman, then there was a big gap. But what I thought was funny is Sam at one point goes to pull up IMDb because you go, what was the movie that really put him on the map? And Sam pulls up IMDb and you go, no, like, why are you taking the fun out of it? And that's such a clear parallel to Ron on the Ron and Fez show. He hates Google. He hates looking things up. You're ruining the discussion. And I thought it was just such a beautiful, like, learning from the master moment where you're like, no,
I don't think. Well, I think I'm going to step in because you've made no sense since we've come back on this break. How big was the joint that you smoked?
I didn't.
You're getting Michael
That's
Douglas.
the problem.
You're getting Michael Douglas and Michael Keaton confused. You're asking me to fucking and then to say Ron doesn't like Google's crazy. Think of how many times he's asked people to look things up. Now I know what you're saying.
Please clarify for me.
The time to look something up is, hey, what year did such and such movie come out? Or what was the rookie season for this, baseball player, blah, blah, blah. And on that time, you got to get quick on the Google. You got to be there. You got to be on the machine. You got to fucking do your
hurry
thing.
up and search.
Right. But when we're having our fun little, let's come up with, when we're having our fun little discussion, our fun little, we're kicking the can around type of thing, then there's no point necessarily for Google. But to me, what put Michael Keaton on the map was got to be one of those early ones. I would say Mr. Mom.
That was up there. What you said on air, and that was one of the ones you said that you felt like the real breaking point for him was, as you referred to, kind of like a B-list remake of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And I know you wanted more questions on this part, so here's one. Where the hell do you get off, David, referring to the Dream Team as a B-list knockoff of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Well, because it was they took the fishing trip from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and said, you know what we should do is just make a whole goddamn movie of the fishing trip, which was just, a 10-minute, 15 at most minute sequence in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest where all the crazy mental patients somehow got onto a bus. Nicholson stole the bus and they went fishing. It's the same premise, but now we're going to spend the whole day with a whole bunch of wacky, fucking crazy ass, nuts in New York as they go to a Yankee game and this and that. It was pretty much the same thing. Yeah, it was I stand by that to this day. Now, it a pleasant movie? It's pleasant. It's pleasant. In fact, it's even entertaining. I'm not even going to shit on the Dream Team. I'll go so far as to say thumbs up. Is it legendary? Is it immortal like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Come on, Robert.
See, that makes a lot of sense. I was mistaken sitting here thinking it was like a perfect testament to explaining the different ways to treat male and female depression, that males just need a role in society. Like when the bombing happened in the Blitzkrieg, in England, there was an entire psych ward of catatonically depressed people, and they all got up and started driving ambulances. But what am I? Just dumb. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I start loving, oh, I can't stop. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Yeah, I'm a soul man. Look, grab a rope and I'll pull you in. Give you hope and be your only boyfriend. Yeah, yeah, I'm throwing a bottle.
Look at that. Do you believe how good?
Thank you.
First
Thank you.
time.
Wait, that was our number one. That was the first time we ever met, pal.
No, we'd met before.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We
did.
actually
met.
covered that in the beginning of the show. These were just practice shows. These were the practice shows that were so good they turned into real shows.
This is like when the Beatles put out the anthology albums, and Paul McCartney was singing Blackbird.
Yeah.
That's what Sam Roberts just gave you, folks.
It's
he gave
true.
he gave you Blackbird.
I spit the truth.
I gave you Hey Jude.
Yeah.
So it looks like I'm about 4 minutes better than you, aren't I?
I would not say that.
4 minutes.
And I'm going to remind you one time and one time only, regardless of what the name of the show happens to be,
Yeah.
it's always Sam and Dave.
Why don't you just do this outro by yourself now?
Dave, where
We're
you
gonna
go?
play egos.
All right, we're going to cut to break. We're going to go to commercial break.
No, wait. We're having so much fun.
I know, but guess what? After the commercial break, we'll get to come back and do it some more.
Oh, then let's go to commercials.
All right, we're going to commercial. You're listening to Special Delivery with Sam and Dave, The Lost Tapes.
You're listening to Special Delivery. Please keep doing so after this message from our sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Special Delivery with Sam and Dave. If you step on me coming back from break one more time, you're out.
I'm having fun
I
tonight,
know
baby.
you
It's
are.
Saturday.
We're all having fun. It's Saturday night on the Saturday Night Virus. Special Delivery with Sam and Dave, giving you the people exactly what you've been clamoring for. Dave, I have never seen a show get this much hype that has never been on the air before.
No, I mean Titanic got a lot of hype.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a radio show. But the thing about
was
it
a
is,
movie.
it ultimately,
It was actually a boat first.
sort of went downhill. Sam and Dave,
never a radio
the
show.
Special Delivery show, if that is the title,
May not be, but we'll get into that.
This is what people want to hear. They want to hear something fresh, something passion.
We got to thank a lot of our friends for helping spread the word, and that's guys like
Ron Bennington,
well, of course, Ron Bennington, Fez Watley, Opie Anthony, Jim Norton. But I'm talking about the people.
Opie Anthony, Jimmy.
Yes, I'm talking about the guerrilla marketers. I'm talking about your Coke Logics, your Struff, your Zoll,
Mikey Boy,
Mooch, Casey Elon, whoever that is. I don't know, but I see her post all the time.
All right, this isn't going to be the Fred from Brooklyn, let's name posters.
I'm just
hour,
saying,
is it?
they've helped us a lot, Dave.
All right,
You have to be
I know.
appreciative.
They get the point.
All right, fine. We're going to give them more material then.
Material's what they want, baby.
Do you believe after that first practice show, we didn't just go straight to, a daily morning show?
I do believe it.
Why, you didn't like it?
No, I'm usually still drunk in the morning.
Okay.
So that's just my personal...
Maybe afternoon drive is where we go.
Oh, my God, that would be awesome.
It would. But instead, why don't we play for the people the second practice show that we ever did, 2 of 2.
What happened on this hour?
Well, you know what we'll do? We'll go ahead and listen with the people, and that way you'll know.
Okay, where are you listening right now?
I'm in the studio with you.
That's right.
Yes, we are.
That's a trick question.
Yep, we're looking right at each other.
I know.
We're not looking at you, but we are talking to you. Please enjoy Secret Show number 2, Practice Show number 2.
Well, Lost Tape number 2 is what I like to call it.
Lost Tape
Because
number 2.
This is the Lost Tapes episode of Special Delivery starring Sam and Dave.
That's exactly right. It's Lost Tape number 2 on special delivery with Sam and Dave, the Lost Tapes.
Don't you ever be sad. Lean on me in times of bad. When the day comes and you are down, and I'm in trouble, and I'm about to drown, just hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming.
Well, live from the XM studios in New York City, it's Sam and Dave. And now your hosts, Sam and Dave.
Way to get it together, baby. Way to do a professional intro. Love it.
Thank you, Rudolph. If you could get through our next intro without laughing at the stupidity of it all, it would be a huge help.
I came in today. This is Dave speaking now.
Yes.
One half of Sam and Dave. And I came in today with lots of energy, with lots of joy in my heart. And then Sam takes one look at me and my hair and starts laughing and made me feel out of place, I must say.
Well, yes, you're officially listening to Sam and Dave.
That's right.
And Dave...
They got it from the Rudolph guy.
Right, well,
They
yeah.
knew it.
I don't know, but he started laughing halfway through.
Right.
But Dave showed up today, hair parted on the on the left side.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Well, the hair is parted on the left, but it's parted to go to the right.
It's basically like a comb over, but you have all your hair.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know why you did it, but you did it.
I just felt like mixing it up. I felt like Sam Roberts deserves someone who's a little bit more put together. Usually my hair, I don't really comb it. It's just wild and all over the place. I thought, I'm going to take out my comb and do it for Sam. And then he kind of laughed at me.
Well, you still got that wild and grotesque beard.
Grotesque?
Growing. Well, what did I say? Wild and...
Manly.
Oh.
Stick to the formatics, pal.
I know that wasn't part of it, but...
There's this thing on dictionary.com about the word formatics.
What are you doing?
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you do officially look like a pedophile today.
So be it.
I don't know how many times I've seen you wear that shirt this week. Definitely on Friday.
I'm just going with it. I'm not going to be changing. If I like a shirt and I say, wow, this shirt fits me well,
yeah.
It's just going to be worn 3 or 4 times that week. And
Well,
this is the shirt of the week.
You could always break it up and wash the shirt on a Tuesday and then wear it on a Wednesday.
No.
Wash
It ruins all its specialness if you wash a shirt.
Oh, so it's kind of like your lucky shirt. And,
Yeah.
And you don't want to wash off the magic.
That's it. This is Michael Keaton had his own shirt in Mr. Mom.
That's
you recall
true.
that movie?
Yes, of course I do. It's one of Michael Keaton's finest works.
And it's the same thing with me. I'm just going to be wearing this shirt, having a good time.
When did Michael Keaton become so famous? He seems like he did a bunch of bad movies.
That's a great question.
And then Batman, and then a bunch more bad movies.
What? So when was his breakout role?
Yeah, because Mr. Mom came out, and people were like, yeah, Michael Keaton.
That's an excellent question. Let's put that to the callers.
Well, wait, Dave, this is actually...
Call in.
I know that Rudolph...
866.
No, there's no phone number. See,
Hawa?
Rudolph said live from. We're actually live to tape.
Oh, boy.
So there's not going to be any callers, but what me and you could do is discuss Michael Keaton amongst ourselves.
I'm going to go and say Dream Team.
Okay.
That's the one. That's basically the really, really poor man's, dare I say, destitute man's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Right.
Where it's just him and Peter Boyle is involved somehow, and they go out to see a Yankees game. The mental patients get taken out to see a Yankees game, and I think that movie, although that could have come after Batman. Sam, this is a great question. I don't know.
Because I've never really heard a radio show that goes into Michael Keaton the way he should go into.
Yeah, I mean, he was big, and now you don't even see Michael Keaton. But when did it start? Well, he was on some sort of TV show for a while.
I like when you answer your own questions. But when did it start? Well, I'll tell you. Well, let's see. We got the Michael Keaton IMDb open here.
Right, dude, that's the cheating website?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of it, off the top of my head.
But
here.
here's the thing. You have no idea, so you're just kind of firing blanks.
Well, I just gave you Mr. Mom. I gave you Dream Team.
Well,
Don't really have much else.
yeah, I don't see. Have you ever the Tony Randall Show, Mary Tyler Moore Hour, Studs Lonigan?
Studs Lonigan? That's a beer mascot. There's no such show as called Studs Lonigan.
Well, there was Night Shift, and then Mr. Mom, and then Johnny Dangerously.
All right.
And that was the three-peat that probably really that got him going.
Well, then I'm going to go say Mr. Mom. It looks like, once again, Dave from Sam and Dave is the winner of this dispute.
There's no dispute.
Yeah, there was.
Okay.
And I win because Mr. Mom was that was bigger than Night Shift. Night Shift was not good.
No.
And Johnny Dangerously, while kind of funny, to me that's a Joe Piscopo vehicle. Right. And I'm going to be controversial, and I'm going to say that Joe Piscopo stole the movie right before his whole steroids routine. That was the funniest thing he ever did.
What, the steroids routine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was great stuff.
Great stuff. And then after Batman came Multiplicity. Because there was Batman, then there was a long time of nothing, then there was Multiplicity. Then,
Really? What good movies has he made? I remember... Wait, what year was White Noise? Because...
Oh, yeah, what a terrible movie that was.
Horrible.
That was in 2005. I went and saw that movie, and I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of creepy and everything. And then the end came, where it's just ghosts chasing him around in a warehouse. And I'm like, you've taken all reality out. Like,
I remember my friend. I remember at that point there was a whole shitload of great movies. Like there was Mystic River, I think. And just there was awesome, great movies. And my friend's like, I'm thinking of going to the movies this weekend. I'm like, oh, what are you gonna see? He goes, White Noise.
White Noise.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean,
you have like 4 or 5. The Departed is out, or something is out. I don't know what.
I did see all the other movies. I mean, I saw Mystic River and everything, but I was like, let's give White Noise a chance. It could be one of those creepy movies. Plus, I mean, Michael Keaton, in my head, I'm like, he's a pretty good actor. But it's just Batman and Mr. Mom.
They should have renamed that Swan Song, because after White Noise, Mr. Keaton has dropped off the face of the map.
Well, that's the thing. I think White Noise, everybody thought he had dropped off after he did Jack Frost.
That was horrible.
Jack Frost. And then they were like, all right, we're going to give him one more chance. White Noise is going to be the Michael Keaton comeback vehicle. And now I'm looking at this, and apparently ready for 2010 in pre-production, and this is just rumored.
Hold on, let me guess. White Noise 2.
No. Shit. Toy Story 3. So at least his voice talents are still being utilized.
Yes, my next project is going to be with John Ratzenberger. It's Toy Story 3. When did he become the voice of Pixar?
I don't know.
He's in everything. He's in every cartoon. He was in Nemo, both Toy Stories.
Personally, I think it's BS when actors do the voiceover stuff, because the voice actors are like, what about me? What am I supposed to do?
Right.
If you could get Angelina Jolie in a cartoon, what's the guy whose whole job is just being in cartoons supposed to do?
Nothing.
No.
I mean, that's a job I wish I could do. You know?
Cartoon voice?
But just
you
do a
can't
voiceover.
because Michael Keaton is doing it. And guys, you know what the single best Michael Keaton movie moment ever was?
No.
It was in Batman.
Tell me.
And it was when the Joker is in Bruce Wayne's apartment or Vicky Vale's apartment. I don't know. It's an apartment, and Bruce Wayne and Vicky Vale are there.
I remember.
And Bruce Wayne picks up a cane or a fire poker or something, and he goes, "You want to get nuts? Come on!" And then he smashes a sculpture and goes, "Let's get nuts!" And I was like, "What are you doing?" Bruce Wayne is supposed to be like a classy billionaire guy, and you're going, "Let's get nuts!"
And it was that he had clearly just watched a couple Nicholson films because he was doing an impersonation of Jack, but to Jack's face.
The balls to sit there and do a Nicholson impression with Nicholson in front of you.
And not just do an impression, to try and rip off his persona.
Yes.
While you're co-starring with said actor you're ripping off.
It would be like if somebody came in here and they were like, guys, Sam, Dave, I know it's Sam and Dave. I'm good with that name. but I think I could get a shot. I want to be third mic. And we're like, okay, let's do it. And they came in here and they were like, okay, here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to punch myself in the balls. And then they just hit themselves in the nuts and started high-pitched screaming. Yeah. He's standing right there.
I would say this if that happened.
Yeah.
You, sir, are a genius. Can I hear more?
But how are you going to steal someone's technique? I think that's what it was, too. You're right. It wasn't an impression. He was just thieving.
I love this topic.
Yeah.
How many people... What actor do you think has been ripped off the most? Because you just said Michael Keaton. Christian Slater, remember, that was the big. I mean, this isn't breaking news that Christian Slater always used to get destroyed in the media for ripping off Jack. Even in Robin Hood, he was like, Robin Hood, let me get you something.
And he'd slick his hair back like Jack Nicholson and squint his eyes a little bit and everything.
It was awful. I mean, a lot of people rip... Because I actually truly believe this. In a weird comedic way, Jack Black sometimes... to me, does like a little bit of a Nicholson. I know that's
really,
that seems strange. His eyebrows and the way he looks at people from the top of his eyeballs. You notice that Jack does that.
Yeah.
He never just it's like he has a horrible hunchback from Notre Dame neck. He doesn't just stand there and look at you. It's always like looking at you head down to the floor.
He's looking down and looking at you like.
And Jack Black does that all the time. Watch Jack Black.
Why? So you think actors nowadays are mainly ripping off Jack Nicholson?
I guess I wanted to see if we could come up with any other names of people that... But no, it's just Jack Nicholson. Well, I don't know. For a long time, I thought that Anthony LaPaglia guy was just doing a fourth-rate De Niro.
Yeah. De Niro and Pacino both get ripped off all the time, too. And you know what? It's people who have those, like, characteristic styles of acting, like Pacino, De Niro, Nicholson. Yeah. They're as good as they are basically the same in every movie.
Yeah. Well, Al used to be an actor.
You're right. There was a time. Let me tell you. Let me sit down and tell you. There was a time in my day when Al Pacino would act.
It was a long time ago.
Yes.
Rent movie Serpico. And see.
This is. I think that those actors.
If that movie came out now, it would just be Pacino. Oh, Serpico! Serpico! Cop!
You know,
undercover cop!
It's that rip-off thing. Actors see other actors ripping them off, and I think they just pay attention to it because now Al Pacino is just ripping himself off, De Niro is just ripping himself off, and Nicholson is they're just doing bad impressions of themselves. Christopher Walken. Yeah. He just goes into movies and does the Christopher Walken bit.
That is so totally true now with Christopher Walken that he has watched all of like the Jay Moore clips or cartoons of the cartoon people now know the Christopher Walken persona.
Yeah.
He just watches that stuff and then does it.
Like he watches a best of Christopher Walken on SNL DVD and he's like, oh, that guy's funny. I'm going to start doing that.
It's really weird. Like, you, too, you are an Academy Award winner.
Yes.
But it's weird because, like, okay, Francis Ford Coppola, a lot of people think, during the shooting of Apocalypse Now, he sort of lost his mind and never came back. And you could make an argument for that. Pacino, I think it happened to Pacino on the set of Dick Tracy, where when he became Big Boy, he never stopped. He has been Big Boy in every fucking movie since Dick Tracy. Just a shake it up.
I wonder. That probably was Pacino's breaking moment.
No, but something happened to him. I don't know if it was Warren Beatty or Madonna. I blame them both. Or that little annoying redheaded kid. But someone.
When do we eat? When do we eat? When do we eat?
What's wrong with you?
I thought he was the coolest kid in the world when I was a kid. First of all, I was a Dick Tracy fanatic.
Yeah.
And I was like, number one, this kid is like rough and tough from the streets.
Right.
Number two, he gets to hang out with Dick Tracy all day long. I was like, that kid is beyond cool.
Who was your favorite character in Dick Tracy?
I liked the brow. Because he had the wrinkles in his forehead.
Yeah.
Not the prune, not Mumbles.
I loved Mumbles.
Yeah. That was, what's his name? Dustin Hoffman.
I never understood his gimmick at all. Like, wait, they're threatening him with water.
What?
I don't understand. So he just had a dry mouth? Like, what kind of supervillain is that?
I guess because it's so hot under the light that he's not going to be able to withstand another moment of this life without a drink of water.
But what?
It's not even ice in the water.
It didn't make sense.
No.
And it was like, was that because his mouth was screwed up? Like, it looked like Mumbles had a really bad cleft palate or something.
Yeah.
But they didn't tell it to. That was a bizarre move. I mean, I thought it looked cool, but I don't know.
And they never really, it's like, okay, I guess ugly and retarded people just become criminals in this city. Because, like some of them, it's like, okay, I guess the prune is just wrinkly. That's a little hard to believe. Mumbles, that's fine. The brow's forehead does not look real. And then, but you start getting with, like, Little Face, who just got the massive head and the little, it's like, these are not people anymore.
I know. This was a Picasso painting. It was just a totally weird, and, what's his face, Flat Top?
Flat Top. That's not even, it's like an anvil fell on his head in a Warner Brothers cartoon.
So it was just, like, characteristics. Like, I could have, here's tiny fingers. I have small fingers.
Look at me. My fingers cut off at the first knuckle.
And I know people at home can't see this.
No.
But Sam is wearing the Dick Tracy colors today. Yellow
Yeah.
sweatshirt, black T-shirt.
A little yellow and black. Yellow and black attack.
That's just to give our radio show, Sam and Dave,
Sam and Dave show.
some color.
Well, yeah. And for those who are confused, it's not the Sam and Dave show.
Oh, my God. No. Why?
It's Sam and Dave.
Yeah, it would never be the Sam and Dave show.
And what we intend to do with this show is rock the world.
We're going to rock around the clock.
Yeah. See, we saw there was a void here. I think we're on XM 202 right now. We'll say we are.
We are.
We might not be.
Probably not.
Probably not.
We're probably listening to our computers.
Yeah.
That's how I'm listening to us right now.
Right. But if just in case we're not, we decided we needed to take the best elements of the Ron and Fez behind the scenes.
One of the great shows in the history of the world, if not the greatest.
Then you take
Ron
the best
Fez, noon to 3.
the best elements of the Opie and Anthony behind the scenes.
Another phenomenal show.
6 to noon.
Six
Then
to
you
noon.
combine them for best of both worlds. Flintstones meets the Jetsons Super Show experience.
That's right.
And you're left with Sam and Dave.
Flintstones meet the Jetsons.
Yes.
Like, we could call it the Fletsons.
The Fletsons. We could call this the Fletsons show.
Or Ginstones.
Or Ginstones. But Sam and Dave is much more easy to remember.
No, actually, I like Ginstones better.
Well, we're going Ginstones. All right, I'm registering ginstones.com right now just to make sure nobody grabs it.
Ah, Ginstones show.
All right, I'm going back to Sam and Dave, I think, because this Ginstones thing is just not working out for me.
All right, Sam.
But,
Sam!
yes, Dave.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Let's stay on topic.
Which one?
It's an okay movie. It's a good, mildly fun movie. It's not one Flew Cuckoo's Nest. Anyway.
No, and it's no A-Team either. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba-da. But we're back to this. So you've that's a perfect parallel into talking about conspiracy.
That was the Indiana
and
Jones
that.
theme you were just humming, by the way.
They're actually the same. It's almost like the Vanilla Ice Under Pressure, where there's one extra bump in the A-Team song.
No,
Literally.
totally different. The Indiana Jones theme song is bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum bum, and A-Team is ba 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 bum bum ba bum bum ba ba bum ba 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 rum ba bum bum ba. It's two totally different songs.
Well, we've got a new closing
Orchestral
theme.
songs. You have got nothing right on this fucking show, on this episode. You apologize to the Tales from the Satellite. I'm doing the best I can.
So am I, David. I got to be honest. I'm playing my A game.
What's your excuse? Are you high?
No, that's the
Okay.
excuse. That's the
Well,
problem. I'm
That's
off
the
my
problem. I mean,
game. But no, I think this has been a fun episode.
it has. It's been a fun episode on my end.
And
I'm
on
just
my
letting
end,
you know that you have fucked up so many goddamn things. It's actually crazy. It's like you're going for a record.
Maybe it was just a test for you to see how on the ball you are.
I don't want to be tested.
Well,
None
you
of my
passed.
show. No.
So you succeeded. Anyway, what you talk about next is you give some wrestling commentary. Sam gives his thoughts. Again, you kind of are playing the color commentary. If you want to think about it as a sports broadcast, which is a metaphor you give, clearly foreshadowing of what's to come every Mondays at 1 p.m. Like you're kind of the sports guy. You have wrestling as more of a side hobby. Not that you don't enjoy it just as
No,
much.
well, no,
but
no,
like,
no. So I love wrestling. Wrestling is one of my favorite things. However, at this point in my life, I was not watching wrestling. Like I've brought this up before that, yeah, because it was, look, I started watching wrestling in 1984, okay, and I got into, I would say, 04, 05, but then Stone Cold's gone, The Rock's gone, fucking Mick Foley's retired. You know, it's like all the good guys that I really, really liked were gone, and they were still trying to do some fucking shit. And then you had the Vince McMahon PG era, which
Yeah,
was
that was
just
terrible.
really shitty, lame sketches, shit that just wasn't funny. And that pretty much continued until Vince got his ass booted out of the WWE. But the point is, around 2010, 11, 12, I was not watching. I didn't get back in until Stanley Mack, my son, started watching in 2014. He brought me back in.
That's
So
so
there's there I had a 10-year period of watching wrestling. I would say 9 to 10 years of being off of wrestling, and then the last 10, 11 years of being back into wrestling in a hardcore way. So 20 of the last 30 years, I've been a major dedicated wrestling fan. But this was in that gap where I was not watching every day. I couldn't take the Vince shit anymore.
I completely understand that. It kind of turned me off for a while too. And now that it's kind of back to more entertaining storytelling, people are back. And I'm glad you and your son, that was a bonding moment for you. That's not what we're here to talk about.
We love it. Yeah.
We're talking about Sam Roberts. He's talking about wrestling, clearly foreshadowing about what he's to do. And it is very funny as he kind of takes the not drier, but more commentary. Like if it was a sports broadcast team, you were the color commentary guy and he was calling the play-by-play.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? You're adding the flavor to the stories.
Well, he's going to take it seriously. He's very, very steeped in the whole wrestling biz. So obviously he's going to report on it quite seriously.
And then I guess Brutus the Beefcake Butcher. Is that a guy?
Brutus the Beefcake. Just Brutus
the
Beefcake.
Barber. The Barber.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake, yeah.
So you hated him because he was on everything Hulk Hogan did. Why did you hate him? Like, what was your beef with the Barber?
Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Yeah. Well, I never liked Hogan, and I could say that years before it was the cool thing. Now everyone hates Hogan, but
Weird. I had an opposite trajectory. I'm not sure what influenced that.
years and years and years before everyone else did, I just didn't like Hogan, and so as a result, I mean, listen, I got nothing against Bruce the Barber Beefcake, but he took a little collateral because Hogan then had his little buddies that he had to do everything with, and Brutus Beefcake was there. So yeah,
You were pointing out every fucking reality show Hulk Hogan does, Brutus the Beefcake is there. Or
Yeah.
Brutus Beefcake's there, and you're like, he's showing up more on Hogan reality shit than he has ever in wrestling.
Because Hogan can't do anything without like certain people. Now, I love Jimmy Hart. I'll never shit on Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South, but he's another one. Like Hogan needs his like people around him, the Nasty Boys, Bruce Beefcake. He always needed like his little minions. So just the whole Hogan stuff just was always annoying to me.
Didn't it come out later that the reason he was with Hogan all the time was he was Hogan's drug guy? Like he would hold all the drugs as they traveled. So if they got busted, Brutus.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was just curious if that came out. I don't know if
Yeah.
that was him. Somebody admitted to that recently on a podcast. It may have been.
Yeah, I mean they were all doing drugs.
Might have just been Davey calls it again. That's all I was.
I mean, but they were all roided up and they were all partying in Florida. Come on.
Yeah. Now, not partying now, are they, David?
So, I don't know if any one specific guy had Hogan's stuff.
Hey, I'm just telling you what I recalled from my memory that's been wrong so far with everything I've said in this segment. So take it with a massive grain of salt.
I mean, listen, I just let the fact go that you called Brutus Beefcake the butcher rather than the barber. I didn't even call you out on that. I just decided, you know what, I'll let him, have that fuck up to himself. But I caught that as well, especially when there's Abdullah the butcher. You can't be calling Brutus Beefcake the butcher.
I mean, I just figured the beefcake ate beef. It'd be more economically friendly if it went on the table.
Please continue. And
I will
don't make
continue.
excuses for your insane comments because your excuses become insane. And we go down a fucking vortex of insane talk.
Well, let's get back to reality,
Thank you.
which is one of my favorite bits that occurs the whole time because you guys start talking about celebrities. And for the first time in 2 episodes, Chris Pepper Stanley pulls up a song. So he gets drawn in. Sam points out that's the first time he's done anything. And Chris goes, well, what? There's no songs for the other things we've talked about. And Sam goes, yeah, it'd be real hard to find Batman. That's a very dry, sarcastic Sam and I.
He didn't play any Batman music for the Batman discussion.
No,
That's
not
great.
at all. Now, we learned that most people come to work to get excited. Chris drank.
Yeah. He
Is
was
this a thing lying around the office? What's this all about?
no, he would not show up. And finally, we're getting into some juice here.
Uh-oh.
He would not show up to those first couple events because it was a Saturday, and he was with on the Ron Fez show, Monday through Friday. He's like, no, I'm not coming in to help you guys on Saturday. And we had to beg him, and basically I said, you can get as fucked up as you want. All you have to do is get us in and out of breaks on time. Like that's all you got to do. Just and getting the person in and out of break, you press the commercial break, it's automated from there, and cut off the commercial break, and now you're back on. Not that hard. So really, it's a job that you can handle, or you should be able to handle while intoxicated. Yeah. So that was the bribe. I remember distinctly saying, if you come in, you could have as much fucking booze as you want. I'll even get it. And I think I might have gotten a 30-pack of Bud.
Hell yeah.
Regular Budweiser, get a 30-pack and enjoy.
Now, you and Chris, I don't know if this was planned or not, did an amazingly hilarious bit about drink and drank. I done drunk the drink and now I'm drunk. It was very well done, like very funny back and forth, almost like Who's on First.
Fantastic. I hear it.
Sam implied it was scissorp. Was Chris sipping on some scissorp in the booth, or were you just trying to appeal to a new demographic?
Yeah,
than usual?
That's a little joke. He was not doing scissorp. No, it was a 30-pack of Budweisers, good old fashioned Vietnam beer. Just have a good old time. Maybe the Dave Men will have a couple too.
Hell, bro.
Man, maybe I will too, because what happens at SiriusXM stays at SiriusXM.
And you guys do get very drunk for the rest of the show.
Well, we got Pepper Hicks, who's on the ones and twos today.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Pepper Hicks is here. My favorite part about Pepper Hicks is he came in, one eye open, one eye shut.
Yeah.
Just sitting, moping, lounging. He's not a high impact player.
No, and it doesn't help when he drinks.
Right.
On my second can. It's going great.
The first thing he did was just come in here, obviously looking for liquid because he was thirsty, whatever he could find, and he found drank the anti-energy drink. He said, well,
Slows your roll, Sam.
exactly, yes, it slows your roll. So he said, I'm gonna start this show full impact, high energy by taking myself down a few notches and drinking what is basically cough syrup.
Yeah, and he can't. He's having difficulty sitting up in his chair right now. I mean, it was the first time I've seen his back at a 90-degree angle all day is when he just sat up 10 seconds ago. But
Drink's
before
kicking
that,
in.
Drink's kicking in.
you don't
Correct.
drink.
No.
That's the point. There's no reason to drink.
I just drank it, though.
Oh, Jesus
He's
Christ.
drunk.
Apparently drank makes you a wise ass, too.
And Pepper's bringing back the blue blockers.
Single-handedly.
Yeah. He reminds me of some sort of bizarre Star Wars character.
Yeah.
Let's speaking
You're awful.
of that,
You're so terrible.
that was a perfect transition.
You're so terrible.
Was that not a perfect transition?
Maybe it would have been perfect if I had said, he looks like a bad Star Wars character, and you had said, but instead you did the old, I'm going to answer myself. Second and third mic is Eastside David McDonald.
Second? How about first and third?
Well, what am I then?
Fourth?
Oh, jeez. Well, congratulations, Pepper Hicks. You moved up the ladder.
No way. He's about 8th or 9th.
Oh, so you're first, second, and third.
Second base is left open right now.
Okay. Okay. So you heard it here. If you want to be second base player for Sam and Dave, you can't call us, you can't email us. So just keep praying.
Oh, we should invent an email. That would be awesome.
We wouldn't have to invent it. Just
That would-
register.
that
I mean,
would-
it's been invented.
That would seem so professional.
Yeah.
if we had an email. So listen, if you want to email us, ginstones@gmail.com.
That's not. I'm not going to set that
What?
up. I won't set it up. I was thinking about registering a website domain, but I've really got to have more faith in the product before I put money behind it. You know.
What is your lack of? You don't believe in Sam and Dave?
I need. This is the first show. I need something to really make me think. You know what? That is the wave of the future.
Look at what we're doing right now. We're speaking into microphones.
Right. But
That's impressive.
that is impressive, but it's only impressive because we've been hangers-honors
Oh yeah.
to other radio shows. We just hang on to other people's coattails.
Well,
and
speak for yourself. I started my career as a DJ at 90.5 The Night.
That's fine. I did work in Syracuse. You're still a Ron Fez hanger-oner.
No, that's very, very much true.
I'm an Opie Anthony hanger-oner.
Yeah.
And because of that... Piss ants. And
That's
because of that,
accurate.
we have ID cards that allow us to come into a radio studio whenever we want. It doesn't mean we're skilled that we get to talk into mics. We just have the cards.
Oh, boy. I don't know. I feel like there's some skill involved here.
Maybe there is.
I mean, after all, none of us drank.
Pepper Hicks.
Well, I think that shows a little bit of professionalism, if you ask me.
Plus, we both have paper that's been written on in front of us.
I mean, and your paper, the handwriting is so crazy. It's like as if a Star Wars character was writing it, like some sort of alien.
Oh, man.
Speaking of that. All right. Thanks, Pep. He's been in here for how long have we been on the air now?
Well, I started the timer late, but I'll say about 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes, and that was the first song, Pepper.
There aren't any Michael Keaton or Dick Tracy songs in Duet. Sorry,
Yeah, and
guys.
there's no Batman song either.
All right.
See what I did there? There's
I
definitely a
loved it.
Batman song.
I loved it. Anyway.
Are you waiting for the music to stop? before you
I like the song.
it's
What do you
fair.
want from me? John Williams, I appreciate the man.
It's fair.
Oh, man, it's so sweeping. Everyone sucks Yoda's cock. I'm sorry, but that's the case. All right, it's enough is enough.
Well, I mean, he's kind of the wisest of the wise.
Right. And then I was thinking about it like this. Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah?
He tells Luke Skywalker during training, when Luke says, "What's in that cave?" and Luke senses something bad's in that cave, and Yoda goes, "Your weapons. You won't need them where you're going."
Mm-hmm.
Thank God Luke did not listen to Yoda. He goes in and there's a Darth Vader hallucination that nearly chops Luke's head off.
Well, that's a hallucination, though. I mean, if he could have done
It wasn't yes, it was a hallucination, but it was real. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that Yoda created a Darth Vader hallucination that would have chopped Luke Skywalker's head off had Luke not been prepared with a lightsaber. So that's mind fuck number one.
Well, I think he wanted him to use the Force instead of a lightsaber.
How do we know that there's not 40, 50 Jedi carcasses that have actually been killed by the Vader hallucination?
So you're saying that Yoda is just a bloodthirsty wise-ass who's just convincing young Jedis, go in there with no weapons and use the Force.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's
Wow.
exactly what I'm trying.
I never even...
What I'm trying to say is he has some bizarre, weird agenda. He's not a good person. He's more akin to Alec Baldwin in Malice. Just like an evil, like, thinking he's God type person. So listen, wait a second. So that, I mean, he's probably had Jedi's kill in that cave before.
Well, probably, but I always thought it was like tough love. Like he's trying to teach them, and some Jedis probably didn't learn and ended up dying.
Let me ask you this question, and
Yeah.
I want you to give me a serious answer.
Okay.
If Luke Skywalker does not bring that lightsaber into the cave, what happens?
I guess he's got to use the Force somehow.
No, what I'm saying is, would or would there not have been a Darth Vader hallucination with a lightsaber?
I think there still would have been.
So he would have been killed!
He would have been killed. He didn't know how to use the Force yet.
Am I wrong about this? He would have been killed.
I think, well...
And why don't people give Yoda more shit about that? Like, the guy nearly had Skywalker killed, and then you know what would have happened?
What?
He would have gotten on the horn to Obi-Wan and said, "Get Leia in here." I killed another one. Another Jedi bites the dust because of my little games, my little self-entertainment. That was like his own special live-action DVD player.
But then why would Obi-Wan keep sending people to Yoda?
Because Obi-Wan's just as confused and just as dirty as Yoda was.
So Obi-Wan is in on this.
Obi-Wan's totally in on it.
So you're telling me that maybe the Darth Vader side, the dark side, isn't the bad guys?
It's Yoda.
Yoda's the bad guy?
Yoda is the bad guy. Darth Vader, as we know... Wait a second, Sam.
Yeah?
Well, just because it seems like you doubt what I'm saying. So, who killed the Emperor? Yoda or Vader?
Mm-hmm. Well, okay.
Darth Vader killed the Emperor. Yoda had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
If anything, Yoda created the Emperor. When he tried to melt his face and Yoda was doing all that shit and all Yoda's powers, he made the Emperor so upset that the Emperor decided to take over the whole galaxy.
So you're thinking Yoda just doesn't know what the hell he's doing?
He doesn't. And that would, by the way, I'm counting the mind fucks just from Empire Strikes Back alone. What about the fact that when you let's go back for just a few moments?
Okay.
When Luke Skywalker gets into Hoth, Yoda's homeland, in the first place, what's with the charades of pretending you're not Yoda? And he's pretending he's this fun little tiny midget alien that's going through Luke's stuff, and he tries to eat that breadstick at one point. And
well, maybe he just wants to make sure. I always thought that he just wanted to make sure that Luke has to be ready for absolutely anything, and so he has to throw these tests that are as hard as they are at him.
What kind of test is that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not like an easy test to pass. There's got to be no love in it, because otherwise, when it really happens, it's like a fire drill. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have to convince you that the building's on fire. Because otherwise, when the building's really on fire, you're going to be like, well, whatever, I'll just walk out, and then you're going to burn to death.
This isn't the case. Yoda, he pulls one over. It would be like me for the first 3 years that we've known each other. It'd be like today, all of a sudden, I'm saying, hi, my name is Fred. It's the Sam and Fred. It's Sam and Fred from now on.
And I'd say,
no, I'm not Dave. And then your reaction, if it was anger, would be totally justifiable.
Because you've been lying to me all this time.
Yes!
And you're going to tell me it was all a test.
Yeah, right.
But then I'd say, like, Yoda is supposed to be like a leader. He's supposed to be teaching Luke something. If you said my name's Fred and you said it was a test, I'd say, who are you to test me?
What? Where does a case of mistaken identity, what does that possibly teach Luke Skywalker, except not to trust people?
Maybe that's what he was trying to do. The old Stone Cold Steve Austin DTA.
Wait, so that's really a Jedi attribute? And don't trust people?
Don't trust anyone.
Yeah, I know. This isn't the X-Files. Yoda shouldn't be acting like this cigarette-smoking man.
Right.
This is just regular. Jedis are supposed to have morals. I've never heard in the Jedi Code, I'm just going to fucking trick people left and right. I'm going to nearly have you decapitated by a vision, and then I'm just going to pretend I'm someone else. And by the way, and Luke has been hungry for 3 or 4 hours, and they finally go to Yoda's place. Yoda makes him some stew. Luke finds out that he's been bullshitting with the real Yoda the whole time. He shows one thing of anger, like, oh my god, I can't believe you're real Yoda. And Yoda gets upset at him.
Well,
why so angry? I can't teach him. And then Obi's like, remember what I was like when I was his age?
You're supposed to be able to put your that's the lesson. You're supposed to be able to put your emotions aside.
I don't know what lesson means. This might be something for dictionary.com.
Okay.
But I don't think that is the lesson. I think Yoda is this intergalactic ball buster.
So you think he's just pulling jokes?
He's an asshole.
He's a bully.
He's a bully.
You don't think
I've never proclaimed to be a good person. If I stick my hand in someone's food, and that person gets upset,
and that person still lets us with this 1 hour radio show because he's in charge of the time slot.
Oh boy.
A lesson is a section into which a course of study is divided.
A what?
It's like a part. You know, when you're somebody's teaching you something, a lesson is a part of that.
All right, say that again. It's a what?
It's a course. It's a section into which a course of study is divided.
Study?
Right. Okay. Well, maybe we'll move on from the lesson thing, but I still contend that Yoda was there was some tough love involved, but I think he was trying to make sure Luke was ready for anything and had all the attributes of a true Jedi, which means putting your emotions aside.
Okay, and I think he was a prick.
Okay.
So that's how we're going to differ.
You're not going to buy that he was trying to kind of just let him...
No, I'm not going to buy anything. If you're the one using academic courses, or
The word lesson is what I said.
well, you've said lesson and study, two things I'm not familiar with. But since you're going to use academia on me, I'm just going to say if I walk into a classroom and say it's the professor of... What are some classes?
English.
I failed at college.
Okay.
Say the professor of English is just sitting around. No, say he's sitting in one of the student desks.
Yeah.
And you're like, when's the professor coming? And he turns to you and goes, I don't know. I don't know when the professor's coming. And you talk and stuff and say, boy, I don't want to take this class, but I have to in order to graduate. Then all of a sudden he turns to you and say, fooled you! I'm the professor of English!
And now he knows what your real personality is like when he's not around.
No, he would get fired from the university.
No, because I
for being a psycho.
Well, what about in the episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, when Will goes into a class and the teacher, he starts the class by saying, "This is going to be the hardest class you're ever going to take. I pull no punches. It's all real stuff from here on out."
Right.
Tests every 2 days, pop quizzes all the time, a lot of homework. Here's your first test. Hands out the test on the first day.
Yeah.
Will says, I got to be out of this piece. This is not the place for me. I'm here to have some fun.
Okay.
Will comes into class the second day with a form that says, I'd like to drop this class. The guy, he says, okay, no problem. A lot of people drop it. The guy signs it. As Will is walking out, the guy says, the thing that I'm going to teach you about reality is yesterday's reality is not necessarily today's. He rips up the test, starts doing Robin Williams impressions, says there's going to be no test, all this stuff. Will turns around and says, but I want to be in your class now. And he says, not going to happen, son. I don't want people of your caliber in this class.
I see.
That's a Yoda move.
Right.
And that teacher only wants the people who want to learn are going to be rewarded with a fun class that they'll be able to learn in. A slacker like Will Smith is just there to have fun and goof around, and is just going to take the goofy aspects of the class.
Okay.
So what he's doing is he's filtering out the shit.
All right. Can I give you my rebuttal?
Yeah.
You lost me at Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Really? You just weren't listening. Okay.
No. I understand your point, but that teacher is not. That teacher would probably be relieved of his duties.
You think so?
Yes. You cannot trick people, and for Yoda to just pretend that this is some Halloween Farfignugan party instead of
what is Farfignugan?
I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with parties.
Yeah.
And for him to just fake Skywalker out, it really rubbed me the wrong way.
Well,
Lastly,
maybe we come from different styles of teaching.
oh, we certainly do, my friend.
I guess we do. That's what makes this Sam and Dave so great. The Sam and Dave experience, it's like you're coming at it from this end, but here comes Sam from the other end. It's a
Right.
clash of ideas, and it's when those two ideas clash and get together, the product that comes out of that is really something special for the listeners.
Milk and vinegar, as the phrase goes.
Right.
Milk and vinegar. That's what we are.
Milk?
But we're going to ultimately taste good on a sandwich, except for the milk.
Right, but yeah,
you
because
don't listen, Pepper. You don't want to pour milk on your sandwich.
No,
Gotcha.
you're gonna end up with.
I'll try. I'll do it right now.
Don't do it. You're gonna end up with soggy tuna, and that's all you'll have. Does anybody want that?
I don't.
No. I was at. I like the convention circuit. I know you're talking about Star Wars.
Yeah, this is good. This is all pertinent.
Right. I know you're talking about Star Wars. A lot of the sci-fi kids like conventions. I like conventions myself.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'd like to go to one with you.
I was
someday.
actually, while I was there at the convention, I was thinking about how I would like to bring you to a convention and a video camera
I'd love to go.
and just put you online to meet celebrities and just record your interaction with them.
Well, I love celebrities.
Right.
And
Well-
I love lines.
Right, because I know when you're with Ron Fez, you're not allowed to interact with any of the celebrity guests.
No.
And I said, I think that's a little I don't know. I think that's a little silly. I don't think there's any reason for that. Until I saw you this weekend, this past weekend.
Right.
You met Rob Bartlett for the first time.
Yeah, big fan of his.
And you gave him nightmares.
What?
Well,
What happened?
first of all, he knows you as Dave, the guy who shoves stuff in his ass.
Is that how he knows me?
Yes, that's
This
exactly.
is hu-
I said, this is Eastside Dave, and he said, "Oh, you mean like what's up, Eastside Dave's ass?" I said, "Yes." That's what your reputation. That's the reputation you've built for yourself. First of all,
Mr. Bartlett.
and so every single time that you left his presence, Rob Bartlett, and you did it many times. He used this line many times because I think he was serious.
Okay.
Begging for Purell because he had shaken his hand and he begged for Purell. Now you're sitting
What's
there.
his problem?
You were drunk, obviously.
Well, yes.
I mean, it was either daylight or nighttime, so obviously you were drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
And you started shouting Dr. Phil impressions at him.
Right.
Then you started telling him.
Doesn't he does a Dr. Phil impression?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you started telling him that John Belushi and Will Ferrell, not Ferrell, Ferrell, can suck his dick because everyone else is terrible. It's all about Rob Bartlett. Then you started telling him.
What's wrong? Wait a second. What is wrong with all of this? This is appreciation.
Then you started sitting very close to him and explaining to him
What?
that as a child, you used to use your tape recorder to go through the IMUS program and make Rob Bartlett mixtapes.
I used to do that, yeah.
And anytime he wasn't talking to you, you would stare at him with the widest eyes I've ever seen, a big dopey smile, and not blinking. And he would just try to pretend he didn't notice you the whole time.
What? So, I mean, why is he upset about this behavior? I mean, he knows he's got a fan.
Yeah. Well, you were creepy, very creepy. And
Really?
Actually, the first time you left to go smoke, he leaned into me and said, "So is he insane or just retarded?" So I said, I said, he's absolutely insane, but I think he was born like one step away from retardation, legitimately.
Listen, I think I was born a very, very bright baby.
And then
I fell into a lake.
Okay.
At one point, it turned blue. I drank poison. I fell down the stairs and probably am the first human to have a recorded concussion at 2 years old.
You had a concussion at 2?
If you have Troy Aikman type concussions when you're 2,
So you had the Chris Benoit brain at 4 years old.
absolutely.
Wow.
And, yeah, that hurt. I don't know. I thought I was being nice to Rob Bartlett. You know?
And that's the problem.
See, I'm not.
That you thought you were being nice.
I know. I'm not sure exactly how to interact with celebrities. Like, I think am I supposed to just pretend they're not a celebrity? I think that's even more rude.
Well, what you could do is shake their hand and just like a human being explain your appreciation for their work and realize as you're looking
They
at them.
have so many people to do that.
But realize as you're looking at them eye to eye, they're also, even though they're a celebrity, they're a human being.
Yeah.
They're a person. So when
No, they're not.
Yes,
they're
go,
better than us.
They are better than
They're
us.
celebrities.
But they go home and go to sleep and they eat lunch and they
Bullshit.
get dressed and they wake up in the morning.
They don't do any of those things.
What do they do?
They live in a little celebrity cocoon shell.
And they're just on all the time. Rob Bartlett just trying to come and just be a person and just relax. And he's probably thinking, it'd be nice to just go hang out with some of those guys just like for a little while and just be a regular guy. Like kind of make some jokes, go back and forth, and nobody is sitting there going, "Oh, you're Rob Bartlett, you're Rob." Because that's what he gets all the time. People staring at him.
Yeah.
Like celebrities all the time get people staring at them, asking them terrible questions, and making assholes of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of celebrities probably go to things like will probably go and meet up with people like us because they think, oh, these guys work somewhat. Believe it or not, you work in show business.
No, I doubt that very severely.
No, I know what you do for a living.
No, you don't.
You're a producer for a radio show. You work in the business. So he's thinking, I could hang out with some guys, we could throw some jokes back and forth and just have a chill night. And instead he gets there and you're there. Fanboy number one. Like that's what he wants.
That's what I would want.
If you were a celebrity, you'd want every moment of the day for there to be some fanboy around following you around doing terrible impressions.
What was wrong with my impressions?
Then you started doing a Roddy Piper impression, standing up, shouting, and throwing cutlery around. It made everyone very uncomfortable.
Well, listen, Piper was a very animated guy.
That's true.
If he had cutlery, he would be throwing it.
But he was Piper. You're not. You're just pretending to be Piper.
I wanted to do the impersonation well.
I'm not saying it was bad. Actually, I did a minute ago say it was terrible, so I'll stick with that.
And Rob Bartlett, I mean, you know, just relax, pal. I'm not going to hurt you.
It did seem like you were.
Yeah,
and then you said, while he was talking to somebody else, you went, Rob! And then he turned and looked at you, and you said, just give me your phone number. You said, just give me your phone number, and that's it.
What's wrong with that?
Why would he give you
Again, tell me where any of my behavior was inappropriate. I want to talk to him on the phone. That's all.
You have very few celebrities in your phone book, and it doesn't normally turn out well.
No, that's an excellent point.
You get intoxicated a lot, and you drunk dial me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not safe in your phone book.
No.
For you to be scrolling through your phone book and see Rob Bartlett's name in there would be a disaster.
Stay away from that is what you're saying.
Right. And from now on, if you wake up in the morning and you somehow have a celebrity's name in your phone book on your phone, delete it.
Delete it.
Do not keep it in your phone, because you'll sit there and say, well, I'm rational enough not to call this person, and then within 6 minutes you'll start drinking because you will have woken up.
Yeah.
And then you will call them.
Why? Oh, yeah, but I mean, usually it's just to chatter. It's just to have a little chatterbox time.
I'm not going to repeat the things I've heard you say to celebrities on their phone, but it is derogatory and it is slurs. It is a hate crime. So we'll leave it at that. But this is why I want to bring you to a convention. Because what I was thinking about, the way we'd set it up is we'd wait online for the photo op. You'd have to wait like 3 or 4 people behind me, because I'd get mine first.
Okay.
Then I'd go away from the line, take out the video camera, and just video you interacting. Because I met 2 people. I met Eric Estrada.
No, you didn't.
Yes. It was his first East Coast appearance in a long time. And I got to meet, from Chips, Eric Estrada.
That's unbelievable.
Exactly. I was waiting online to meet him and to get my picture with him. And I saw that, like, when a girl would take a picture with him, he'd kind of put his arm and hug her way tight and, like, take the picture and give her a kiss on the cheek or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing with the ladies. And so I was like, watch, this will be funny. He'll probably just put his arm on my shoulder for my picture. So I was like, oh, hey, man, it's a pleasure to meet you. Can I just get a picture? And he's like, yeah, of course, man, of course. And he's making eye contact. He's like, great to meet you, man. Really good to meet you. Direct eye contact with me. And then I'm like, okay, camera's right there. And my girlfriend was there taking pictures. And he says, all right, let's do this. And he puts his arm around me. And he holds, as a matter of fact, I got the picture. I'll show it to you. He puts his arm around me and comes in tight and is holding me so our faces are touching.
No!
Yes. He's holding me.
Punch!
Yes. So our faces are touching each other and holding me tight. And then my girlfriend's like, let's just get one more for safety. And he's like, of course. And he's holding me. And then he finally lets me go after like 4 pictures. And he goes, how'd that turn out? Make sure it turned out okay before you go. Let's take a look at it. So he was just the creepiest dude. Here's a picture right here. Have you ever seen... That's 2 men. Look at how close...
Your left eye is almost touching his right eye.
Understand,
your heads are touching each other.
My long afro hair was pressing against my face because he was resting his face in my hair.
Did he know that you were a man?
I think so.
Because he may not have.
I mean, I had a little bit of a scruff because I hadn't shaven that morning.
Maybe he's just a really, really intimate guy.
And then he was making direct eye contact and shaking my hand and being like, thank you very much for coming out. Thanks a lot. And he had a line, so it's not like I was the only guy there. Like, there were people behind me waiting to meet him.
That is very peculiar behavior.
So then I was like, maybe this is just the way TV sitcom people are. And then I met one other person. Because when I go to these conventions, this was the Chiller Theater convention. And I always like to meet the old sitcom stars. Mm-hmm. I met, I got Joyce DeWitt from Three's Company a couple years ago. Todd Bridges from Different Strokes.
Excellent.
This is one of my favorite things is when the old sitcom stars, the stars of Welcome Back Kotter were there this time too.
Great.
And my girlfriend started flipping out because Horseshack waved to her.
And what about Travolta? Did he wave?
No, Travolta didn't make it out to this one.
You told me the Welcome Back stars, Cotter stars were there.
Some of the stars of
So
Welcome
where
Back,
was
Cotter.
Travolta?
He was not there.
Fuck you!
No, don't get upset with me, Dave.
You told me Travolta was there!
No, I didn't. Dave,
You said Welcome Back Cotter stars!
stars.
So where's Travolta?
He has a career.
Fuck you!
Don't get upset. Don't get upset, Dave. There were a lot of people.
Travolta's not a star in your eyes?
No, some of the stars were there.
Wait, what about Travolta?
He was not there. Don't get so upset. He has a career. That's why he wasn't there. He's doing movies. He's filming Battlefield Earth 2.
How about Kelly Preston, the gorgeous Kelly Preston?
No, she wasn't there either. But you know who I did get to meet?
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me guess.
Okay.
Boomer Esiason.
No, he wasn't there. Greg Brady.
So you just went to a surreal life party.
That's really what it was. No. That was Peter Brady at the Surreal Life. Greg
I know,
Brady.
but Barry Williams used to come in and do like
he used to stop by. Yeah.
He'll host a game or something.
Yeah. He would stop by, but yeah, he was, I guess, pushing his blog or something. I don't know exactly.
He's always pushing. Him and Gene Simmons just have a constant battle.
Except Gene Simmons is all successful ventures. Greg Brady's, Barry Williams is, but I'm not trying to step on any toes.
Yeah.
I don't want to ruin any context that we don't have yet.
Okay.
But Greg Brady's a dickhead.
Why?
Well, because I had just gotten off of meeting Ponch, and so like I was creeped out in a big way. But I was like, you know what? Because Ponch charged $20 for a picture, and I was like, I got my $20 worth, and that's like the going rate.
You paid him $20.
You got to. That's the going rate at those conventions. Like $15-20 for a picture with a celebrity.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, I know a guy, so we could get in for free. We don't. There's like $35 to get into the convention, and then like $20 a person to get a picture with them. But
Jesus.
But we can get in for free, but we got to pay for pictures.
All right.
It's worth it because then you got a picture with Ponch.
Well, Ponch, I'd also like, as you said, Miss Joyce DeWitt.
Yeah, Joyce DeWitt.
I was a big Janet fan.
But so I figured Barry Williams. I knew there was a problem when Greg Brady had no line. There was no line to get to him. There was a line to get to Ponch, but no line to get to Greg Brady.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit imbalanced.
And I was like, okay. And then I looked, and it was $25 to get a picture with him, more than other people.
Oh, Greg.
And I was like, all right, well, you know what? When else? Plus, there's a part of me that says, you know what? You never know when they're going to die, and then you can put it up as your MySpace picture. You know? And so I paid the $25, and I was like, hey, how's it going? And he's like, hey, you got a little Greg Brady here.
He said that to you?
Yeah. And I was like, okay. And he was like, so can I get a picture? He's like, yeah. And he turned around for the picture, and my girlfriend snapped the picture, and before she could put the camera away from his eyes, all I saw was his back. Because usually she's got one of those cameras that you could take pictures quick. Yeah. So you usually take 2 or 3 pictures just to make sure it turns out okay. Yeah. Before she could put the camera down, his back was turned, and she was like, can we get one more for safety? And he just turns around and he goes, yeah. And he turns around and he smiles again. And I was like, I wasn't even ready. I was mid-conversation, and she snapped a picture because she figured she could get a couple, and I was getting ready to smile. She snapped it. He turns around again.
Was he aware that you paid the $25?
Not even a thank you for paying the $25. It's Greg Brady, and I just paid $250 to get a picture with him.
You know what I would have done?
What?
Kicked him in the balls and say, that's why you lost the parking competition to Marcia. Yeah. You fucking has-been.
Yeah. Well, this is why I want to take you next time. I want to take you, and we'll...
To knock the shit out of Barry Williams?
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Would you do it for me?
Yes. Call me the enforcer.
Because on Sam and Dave, the radio program of the future, there's a little thing we have called Trust and Loyalty.
What show is that, by the way?
This is the show that's on right now that we're doing.
This is Sam and Dave?
This is Sam and Dave.
Wow.
Yeah, we're recording this.
Not Sam, because he obviously doesn't drink.
Doesn't drink. Still to this day, huh?
Not really, no.
He hasn't just tried wine or something like that?
I think he did once for that bar rescue show. He just sipped it and then had to be like, I don't really drink.
Oh, that's hysterical. Why would they choose 2 people who don't drink a goddamn sip of alcohol for that fucking show?
I don't know.
No,
I
weird.
have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Then you guys kind of talk about how you've gotten to this point in your radio career. You talk about Monmouth, and you try to rank the Monmouth graduates versus Sam's Syracuse graduates. It doesn't go as well for Monmouth.
Well, I will say that Monmouth, unlike a lot of people don't understand, Monmouth University has a top 10 communications program in the United States of America. And as someone who has been to a lot of radio stations, their collegiate radio station is one of the nicer studios. I mean it. It's a lot nicer than a lot of other places. And it's a very good place. Now, is it Syracuse? No. You got all those fucking sportscasters, just one after another. Those motherfuckers who all went to goddamn Syracuse. So, yeah, I get it. I get the Syracuse thing. I do. Nice.
And then you guys kind of talk about your various paths. You mentioned doing nights on Night FM. Is that where your first job, right? Where's your first?
90.5 The Night. Yes,
Right,
yes,
yeah.
yes. That was where the first time I was on the air was, 2003, 2004, 2005.
Wow.
90.5 The Night. Yes, I did overnights, midnight to 6. I did, mainly voice tracked. But then when we did basically, because it was while it's an adult alternative rock station, it was also an NPR affiliate. So you'd have to do those membership drives like 4 times a year. But those times I could be on live, which could be really fun.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Now,
And I brought in the most money.
of course, you're the most likable guy I've met.
Out of all the personalities, I brought in the most money. And I have fallen out with that fucking douchebag too. Tom Brennan ran, I don't know with what he's up to, but he ran 90.5 The Night when I went back to 90.5 The Night 10 years later. And basically said, if I can, he gave me the morning show, and I said, well, I can't do this for $15. He was giving me $15 an hour. I said, can I get a salary, please? Salary. Can I get a salary? And he's like, well, if you show improvement. So I tripled the ratings and brought in more money than ever. And I said, so now I want my salary. He's like, Dave, always with you and the fucking money. And I go, always with you and the fucking lies. And that's when I was asked not to return there. But that was fine because I went to 95.9.
Have you ever seen the movie Straight Outta Compton?
Yeah, I did.
So, when they told Ice Cube the same thing, like your first album has to sell well, then we'll give you a huge advance. And they tried to pull the same move. So he brought up thugs from Compton, and you should have tried that.
It's bullshit. You can't dangle a carrot in front of someone and say, hey, if you achieve this, you're going to get your full-time salary. Okay. Well, not only did I achieve it, I fucking smoked it. I blew it out of the water. I did way more than was asked of me. Again, words of advice to the youth. Don't give any of your employees more than you want to, ever. Don't go above and beyond. Don't give them an extra inch. Don't decide I need to show loyalty. Your employers are just pieces of shit.
That's why I've been so scatterbrained this third part.
Yeah, I mean, is everything wrong? I feel like you mentally you've had a breakdown today. You've said things that actually I made absolutely no sense in my mind, but maybe the audience will understand what the hell you're talking about.
Probably not. To be honest, most of the stories we cover, I know very well. Like I've heard 4 or 5 times before I start even doing the prep. This is an era of Dave I wasn't as familiar with. I still listen to it a decent amount, but it's just like not embedded in my muscle memory at this point. So we'll get there. Don't worry. But I know you've told the story on here.
So your excuse is you're unfamiliar with the content. You're more familiar with Ron and Fez.
That's the content I'm most familiar with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And then probably the Davey Max Sports program, and then the East Side Dave show.
Right, but we are doing this episode now. So
The pre-satellite Ron show.
So the host of the show, the responsibility is to fucking,
Oh yeah, no. This is on me, and I'm just letting you know you asked what was going on. You wanted to make sure I wasn't having a stroke. But back to Night FM. Now that's the show. That's the station you were working at before you joined the Ron and Fez show, right? And
Correct.
I think you mentioned this on here before, but didn't you slightly embellish the role you were playing there to get the job at Ron and Fez?
No, I was on midnights to 6 a.m. On 90.5 the night. And then from there, I actually worked at Westwood One. Okay, that's where I had to join the Writers Guild because I did news and traffic. I had to write the news and traffic copy.
Maybe that's what it was.
But there was zero embellishment. I mean, you can't really embellish. You have to, you get called up by PDs and shit where they're going to obviously check into your background and your resume. So.
Maybe that was something you said for air then, because I distinctly remember that. And I was going to say the parallel is when I was trying to get a legit internship at the place we worked together, they were like, we need some more experience. So I went to the local WETN. The Catholic station was like, can I just pretend I work here? And they're like, are you Catholic? And I was like, yeah. They're like, sure, go ahead.
Oh, there you go.
Just let me put on my resume that I had interned there for 6 months.
Oh, that's perfect.
But that was because of you. And
There
you know
you
what else
go.
was perfect? Your first on-air show of Special Delivery with Sam and Dave. It wrapped with some personal stories. The people enjoy that. But once that show ended, you gave a rating on air. You gave it 100 out of 107. Like it was really good, but we got a little room to improve. And truly, 2 questions. The first one is, how do you know once you finish the show, like, oh, that was a good one? Other than you did it, because anything you do is a good one.
I mean, if it goes smoothly, if there's if things seem to be getting pulled off, if there's chemistry, if both people are making sense, if
So the
one
opposite
person
of this.
doesn't fuck up literally every reference that he tries to do, whether it's getting Michael Douglas and Michael Keaton confused or calling Brutus Beefcake the Butcher. There's just a certain chemistry. That's how you know when it's really good. I mean, like these episodes, Tales from the Satellite episodes. I mean, they're all gold. I mean, this one is, it's
silver,
but they're all gold is what I'm saying.
I think this was a good one.
But what sitcom star would you freak out most over? If you could pick,
that is a piece of cake.
Who's that?
Mr. fucking Belvedere, baby.
Mr. Belvedere.
I love that man, and Pepper can vouch for this one thing. When we drink in the XM offices,
Why did you add that in?
there's not one Sirius, by the way, SiriusXM
Oh, good.
office.
Whew, that was a close one.
There is not. Oh, I mean, when we drink at home,
Right, okay.
and Pepper's over, there is not one
With a designated driver sitting next to you.
Exactly.
Right.
Not one single time that goes by that I don't pull up YouTube and get the Mr. Belvedere theme song going. I have no idea what weirdness, like why I'm attached to that song, why I love that song so much.
I mean, it's a good song.
No, it's the best. It's the most catchy. Cheers gets its shit. Oh, here you go, Pepper. Wait, hold on. Everyone, let's take a time out. Listen to the
Okay.
greatest song ever.
On the China, never mattered before.
Who cares?
When you drop kick your jacket.
Don't you know the words?
And the games at the door, no one blares.
But
Sometimes we all turn around and no one stares. All hands look down below.
There's
There's a change in the
Status above. I forget the word.
Oh, you are drunk when you listen to this.
It said, you can get, according to our new arrival, life is more than mere survival, and you just might live the good life yet. Listen to this piano.
Now, if he didn't have
Best song.
if he didn't have his mustache, would you still pay the $20?
Excellent question. Yes, I would, because I could always draw the mustache, or people are great with photoshopping these days.
You'd Photoshop the mustache on? You definitely would, wouldn't you?
Yes, I
Because
would.
I was thinking, I was like, one of the key things to this is it's great to be an old sitcom star to get a picture with them because it's somebody you grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to still have a resemblance.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the child sitcom stars will go, and you're like, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah. The Dennis the Menace guy I just saw recently on the AOL, like, look what Dennis looks like now. That little
The
feature
TMZ
that they
thing.
have.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's no Dennis the Menace there.
Right.
That's not the same person.
Or like some people, they just don't, like, it has to be like Todd Bridges, because Different Strokes ran so long, he was far past puberty by the time that show was canceled. So he looked like his adult self.
Yeah.
Gary Coleman, I would love to meet him because he still looks like a little kid.
Still small.
Right. Still.
Very, very tiny.
And, Conrad Baines, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He still is an old man.
Yeah, he was an old man back then.
Right.
He was the oldest, and then you would like IMDb Conrad Baines, and you would have thought he was Mr. Burns from The Simpsons age when he was shooting Different Strokes, and it's like, he was only 50?
Yeah, Jesus.
That's what a 50-year-old guy looked like
Wow.
in the 80s?
But, I mean, in a way, it might be okay because he aged quickly, but then he stood strong. Like,
Yeah, that's
he
true.
went at 40 years old, he looked like he was 70. But at 70, he still looked like 70. You know what I
Right.
mean? So you
Yeah.
still...
And so you're like,
that's not that bad.
wow, Conrad looks great.
But I don't know who would be my fantasy... I got Mr. Belding.
You got Mr. Belding.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's some good stuff there.
Mr. Belding, he has a giant head now.
Yeah,
he's gained a lot of weight.
Yeah, I saw you know what he does with his off time?
What?
He goes to tapings of American Idol. Because I watch American Idol, and he's not even like in the front row, because who the shit cares about Mr. Belding anymore?
He doesn't know anybody.
But if you watch American Idol, 1 or 2 episodes a year, he's sitting like in the 5th row.
Why?
Behind Simon Cowell. And you're like, oh, there's Mr. Belding.
That's Mr. Belding and me. That's the picture.
Yeah, he just is a huge... He's more Gandolfini-ish now than Mr. Belding.
You can only kind of tell that it's Mr. Belding. He barely makes the cut.
Yeah, I got a Mr. Belvedere update. He's died 7 years ago.
Oh, no. So, Dave, Mr. Belvedere will not be at the next Chiller Theater.
I can take a photo with a tombstone. This is the first time I've ever taken a photo at a tombstone before. Saved by the Bell. 'Cause I'm saved by the... This really does feel like one of the Dave and the Sam and Dave drinking shows with Pepper.
But, Jessie Spano doesn't look like Jessie Spano
Wait,
anymore.
who's Jessie Spano?
She was Elizabeth Berkley from Showgirls.
Oh, right.
Like, she doesn't look like herself anymore. I mean, I might get a picture because she looks like she did in Showgirls, but it wouldn't be a Saved by the Bell nostalgia pic.
Yeah. Well, Tiffany Amber Thiessen, or was that her name?
Yeah.
Thiessen. She got a little wide and moon-faced when she joined the 90210 cast.
Yes.
God knows what she looks like now.
And I'm sure Lisa Turtle doesn't even resemble.
I heard Lisa Turtle hates all of them.
Really?
Yeah, she went to a soap opera for a little bit, and then she just dropped out of being a celebrity altogether.
Well, she wasn't in the new class.
No, she wasn't.
So.
But I'll tell you one thing.
What?
Double D, Dustin Diamond's going strong. He is everywhere.
Well, he's the king of reality TV now.
He
made such a splash on Celebrity Fit Club that now the producers of reality TV are just... And that's what it is. The pool that conventions pick from is the same pool that the reality TV people pick from.
And they don't change.
No. And the beauty is that if you're in both pools, like, those convention people want to be on a reality TV show so bad because then they can go to the convention, and since they want to show recently, they can charge $40
Yeah.
instead of $20 for a picture because they were just on TV.
That's good.
Whereas Ponch, he's stuck with 20, even though he's a legend.
Best Christmas gift of all time?
Mm-hmm.
I was 6 years old. Chip's motorcycle. I'm not talking a little. I could ride on it.
Wow.
I could ride on Chip's motorcycle, flashing lights and everything.
That's incredible.
And I did something to upset my brother and probably killed one of his pets.
Oh.
And he threw it out the window.
Oh, jeez. And he just ruined.
He took the little child motorcycle up to the third floor in our house and threw it out the window. It landed on the sidewalk and it blew up into a zillion pieces.
That's awful, because you're not going to get that motorcycle back.
No. But and if I could, I would ride it to this day.
How big was it?
No, 2 feet long or something.
Okay. So the knees would be up high, but you'd still be riding it.
Yeah, I mean, I would go 3 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care.
No. Was it like a Power Wheels thing or a pedal thing?
No, it was like I forget how it worked. I think if I put my foot down,
so it was like Power
it would
Wheels.
ride. Yeah.
I always wanted Power Wheels and never got one.
You didn't?
No, I never had Power Wheels.
Wow. I had all sorts of Power Wheels.
That's why I drive a Jeep Wrangler now. I like to pretend I'm in Power Wheels. But yeah, the reality TV shows are all sort of, if you're good on one reality TV show, they're just like, whoa, Screech was good on that one. Let's get him on. He was on Surreal Life, right?
If not, he certainly was on. I mean, as you mentioned, the Fit Club.
Yeah.
He also did the celebrity boxing.
Oh yeah, he did celebrity, and now he's doing
Hulk Hogan's celebrity wrestling.
Hulk Hogan's celebrity wrestling, along with every other person that's been on every reality TV show. Trishelle from The Real World, Danny Bonaducci, and Dennis Rodman is now trying to make a big comeback.
Rodman's on it,
but he wrestled.
Yeah,
he wrestled in WCW.
Right.
How can he be like, we're going to teach these novice celebrities how to wrestle? Here's former wrestler Dennis Rodman. He's better. Rodman probably wrestled better than Nasty Boy Brian Knobbs did.
And here's a new cast member for Hulk Hogan Celebrity Wrestling, Randy Savage.
Yeah. Look at this. Jumpin' Jim Brunzell wants to be on Celebrity Wrestling.
Come watch Celebrity Wrestling with 5-time Intercontinental Champion Ricky Steamboat.
Yeah, it's like Arn Anderson, the enforcer on Celebrity. But that show is terrible.
Well, you think it's terrible. You got me to start watching it.
Yes.
So, and the sad thing is, I don't know why, but if I start watching a reality show, I must see it to completion.
All of them? I used to be like that, but now it's like...
No, I can't. I mean, I'm saying I can't stop mid-season,
No.
or even if I get one single episode.
I started you on the first episode of Celebrity Wrestling.
Yeah, so now I'm just going to see the whole thing through.
Nice.
This whole shit fest, I'm going to go watch the entire season.
Because now you want to see who wins that replica WWE belt with country music television stickers on it.
That's right, Sam.
Yes.
Sam!
Yeah?
By the way, this is Sam and Dave you're listening to.
Yes, this is the Sam and Dave Variety Hour. Is that what we're just Sam and Dave?
No, I mean, if you're going to say Variety Hour, then I'm going to say Gin Stones again.
Okay, we'll just do Sam and Dave then.
Okay.
But why is it the VH1... There hasn't been a Surreal Life season in a while.
No, they stopped doing it. You can only see Surreal Life on the TV Guide channel.
Yes.
Which just does not need to exist anymore.
No,
the old-fashioned channels that they scroll what's coming up next.
Why? Just scroll through yourself.
Right?
You don't have to change the channel anymore to see what's on the other.
Every cable, everything has that function.
They're just trying to stay in business somehow, because who buys a TV Guide anymore?
My Uncle Martin.
Right? Because he's got a lifetime subscription.
He's got a lifetime subscription, and he used to be a convict.
Okay.
He was in the big house for quite some time.
But these are people who he just read TV Guide.
Yeah, no, I mean,
he didn't use it for the TV listings.
No, he just liked the little stories,
right,
about Dana Plato or whoever.
But there's no reason for it to function. It doesn't need to be in existence.
I never even liked the size of the TV Guides.
No, the digest size, it's very stupid. But VH1 is instead opting to make their own stars and just take the people who have any kind of juice whatsoever on their reality shows and give them reality shows.
Right.
Like, I think Chance and Real from I
Love
New York.
I Love New York
Yes.
2.
From I Love New York 2
Thanks, Pepper.
are now, what is it, a real chance at love.
Real Chance of Love.
Right.
It's going to be a fantastic show.
I can't wait for the twist ending, which is just two brothers having gay sex because they just picked each other.
Something like that's bound to happen.
But then you also have, because Flavor of Love, well, what all started it came off the Surreal Life. This is the VH1 reality show chain. What all started it was Flavor of Love into that Bridget Nielsen Flavor Flav show, whatever it was called, Strange Love or whatever that show was called. Then Flavor of Love.
Yes.
Then I Love New York.
New York, because she was a contestant.
Then they flipped it and did Rock of Love.
Rocky Love, baby.
Rock of Love with Bret Michaels, which Rock of Love is a weird name. Didn't really make total sense.
No, it didn't.
Then they did a Real Chance at Love, which is just shoehorning names in. And now the newest one they're doing is from Daisy from Rock of Love
2, I think.
From Rock of Love 2. And the show is called, what's the show called?
Daisy of Love.
Daisy of Love.
It is Daisy of Love.
Yes.
What sense does that even make? I was thinking a better title would be She Loves Me, She Loves Me Not. Because like a daisy, like a person pulling the petals off a daisy.
Exactly.
She loves me, she loves me not. See, that's just me thinking.
I like it.
And by the way, because they were so obviously setting this up, I'm pretty sure that eventually we'll see a Mr. Boston.
Oh, of course. They love Mr. Boston.
They love him.
Oh, yeah, because then they got all the contestants that were at all famous and started doing I Love Money.
Yes.
Because they didn't have anybody strong enough to carry the show, but they wanted to do something else with these idiots.
Yeah, and at the reunion, the guy's like, you know what should be cool is if we took Mr. Boston and made him travel America.
Yeah.
And going to different bars, trying to hook up with chicks. Would you guys watch that show? And you're like, okay.
All right, we know
that's
what's
a
coming.
Show.
And then didn't the Tila Tequila Italian guy have his own show?
Yes. Now, I've nenever watched any of the Tila Tequilas.
You know, there's something about it. When MTV does it, it's not watchable.
No.
When VH1 does it, it's must-watch television.
Tila Tequila's, though, was Shot of Love.
A shot at love.
Because her name is Tequila.
And she takes shots.
Yeah.
She drinks alcohol. Which should have been, I think, a shot at love.
What the hell is this?
Should have been the East Side Dave story. What?
What is this?
It's the outro music.
We're done with an hour?
I'm not kidding, Dave. Did you have fun?
I'm going to miss all you guys so much.
Well, we'll do it again sometime.
Everyone, thank you for calling in.
No, there were no phone calls. This was pre-recorded.
There what?
There were no phone. You have no. I forgot. The alcohol has destroyed all short-term memory. But there were no phone calls.
My short-term memory is fine.
Remember when we were talking about Star Wars?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for calling in. Sam and Dave.
No, nobody called in. Sitcom stars that you'd like to meet?
John Ritter.
Remember when we were talking about those VH1 shows?
Something. Yes.
Do you?
No.
Well, thank you for listening to Sam and Dave. We should do it again sometime, Dave. I think this has been a wild success of proportions that no one has seen.
I mean, it's success after success. It's starting to get a little bit crazy when you think of how many shows, how many hours we're putting back to back consecutively. We're like Joe DiMaggio.
P. Hickety gave us a thumbs up. Pepper Hicks, that's what I call him.
Pep?
You guys want some drink?
All right, thank you, Pepper. Thank you, everybody, for listening to Sam and Dave. And Dave, most of all, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Sam!
What a great show that was. A second great practice show. Dave, you were laughing.
Still laughing at that thing you said.
And here's the thing. I hope you're recording this on whatever XM or Sirius radio you have. Because you were laughing so hard, you missed some of the jokes. You were laughing so hard at some of the jokes, you missed some of the other jokes.
That was so funny when you said that one thing about the guy. And and what happened to him? Holy cow. Hey, folks, let's get serious. This is Special Delivery with Sam and Dave. You're not going to hear any better radio.
Never, ever. As a matter of fact, you know where you're not going to hear laughs like that? On the Bordop and His Unknown Friend show that actually aired before us today.
Whoever do you mean by that, Sam?
CT and Jism, of course.
Oh, I hear they're very cummy.
There's a shot. There's a barb at them.
I hear they're real semen-ish.
That's right. And that's a good spot to go into another commercial break, I think.
Folks, you're having a good time. We're having a good time. It's Saturday night. Let's boogie. Let's keep it right here with more Special Delivery and Sam and Dave. Sam, you take it away.
Well, I would have let it go to break after that, but you're listening to the Special Delivery show, The Lost Tapes, with Sam and Dave.
Wait.
The excitement and adventure continues. Keep listening to Special Delivery with Sam and Dave.
Oh, yeah. Party Saturday night. Maybe that should be the name of our show.
Ooh.
It's Party Saturday night, Special Delivery style with Sam and Dave. You're listening to The Lost Tapes. And we've been with you this evening, taking you through where we first started in this business.
Well,
now, a lot of shows will play their first tapes and kind of goof on them and be like, yeah, this is what we were, but look at us now. Instead, we'll play them and say, look at how great we already are.
Yeah, I mean, we look at them and say, if we were this brilliant as babes in the woods, what happens when we become bears in the woods?
Babes to bears. That definitely works.
And the answer is, we become a lot furrier.
That's right. Because you know why?
We change into bears.
Winters get cold, my friend. You gotta have something to warm you up.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. How much prep did we do for those first couple shows?
Let's see. 0.
And how good were they?
100.
Now, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but 100.
On a scale of 1 to 107, we were 100.
Jesus. So not only were we awesome, but there's even a little room to improve.
Well, that's why, we were appealing to the men in the brass.
Yeah.
Listen, if you want this magic to continue day in, day out, you can give Special Delivery with Sam and Dave a shot if you'd like. If you'd like. We're not calling for that.
We were thanking people for putting us on the air, but what I'd like to do is thank
Ron
people for
Fez.
for teaching us what we know about radio, and that's Greg Opie Hughes.
Yeah.
That's Anthony.
Anthony,
Jim Norton.
Jim.
Ron Bennington.
Ron.
And Fez Watley.
And Fez.
And
another master.
Pepper Hicks, who's taught me.
I don't want. No. I don't want to thank him.
He's taught me a lot.
Well, like what, Sam?
How to roll a cigarette.
Oh, you've gotten...
Which was... I mean, you can get them so tight.
Pepper, Sam's only like 8 years old.
I'm 25.
Smoke up.
Really?
Smoke up. Yeah, I'm 25. Also, do you like how...
Why do you wear those T-shirts then?
I don't know, NY sweatshirt for the last week. It's Saturday, for God's sake. You were wearing that on Monday.
For the 100th time, I'm changing the T-shirt underneath.
We're not here to do Ron and Fez bits. We're here to say... I think it's amazing that a show like Special Delivery has brought together what were once bitter rivals on previous shows with High Society's Pepper Hicks and myself.
Yeah.
We're now partners.
And we're all bitter rivals against CT and Jizz.
Yeah, exactly. Now we'd like to start our new segment on the show.
Oh, what's that, Sam?
Science!
Science?
Why would anybody talk about science on this channel?
Well, because they can.
CT and Jism do. That's what I'm getting at. I know you haven't heard their show.
I don't know.
No, but I listened to a little bit on the way home. Not good. So you were talking about porn.
Oh, well, I was just mentioning this to you off the air.
Well, we got to do something. The mics are in front of us.
All right, listen. So I have a porn magazine in front of me right now and was wondering, can you read a porn magazine in public? For instance, I'm going home on the bus tonight.
Yeah.
I'd like to leaf through the magazine. Not do anything, not touch myself, but, I'd like to, this girl is doing things to her body that are sensational, and I just would like to look at the pictures, read some of the articles. Can I look at this on a public bus?
Yeah,
Sam?
the answer is no. No is the answer.
So our next bit after that.
you know how the FCC doesn't want people using curse words through public airwaves because they think that parents can't block their kid. if you were a parent, if you're a baby, you are a parent. Jesus, you are a parent. That's awful.
And a hell of a good one, man.
I know
you know
are.
why? I just stay far away from her.
Yeah,
Let her
actually.
let her grow up well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's gonna
and
learn.
sober. She's one of the more sober babies you'll ever see in your entire life.
How many drinks has she had? She's been alive for how long?
She's been alive for close to 6 months now.
6 months. And in 6 months, how many drinks has she had?
She's had 0.
How many
but
drinks have you had in 6
I
months?
must say, I frowned upon that because I feel like I should get them started early, Pepper. But the thing is, Sam,
Bring him
Get their
trashed.
tolerance. Get them smoke
but
up.
my wife won't let me. That's why she's the better parent. That's why I say, listen, you guys do your thing so I can play Wii Star Wars because that game just came out.
As a parent, what would you
Awesome.
think if you were on the bus and somebody had a pornography magazine? And I said as a parent, not as a man who would
Okay.
now look over
All right.
his shoulder.
Okay, here's the thing. If I'm on a bus and some guy is talking to his friend about fucking, for instance, okay? About fucking hard and
Yes.
sucking and fucking.
I understand it's satellite, but you're taking
Whoa.
advantage.
I know, no, I just started to lose track there. Anyway, if a guy's cursing up a storm, I'm going to, not be happy with it, but it's not illegal.
I
And
didn't
would
say
think
it was illegal. I said it was good manners.
Well, the fuck manners. I'm saying, is it illegal? Could I go on the bus and look at a pornographic magazine and it be perfectly legal? That's what I'd like to know because obviously, here's the thing. Obviously, you can't strip.
Yeah.
As
No,
a human being.
That's obvious.
Okay. You can't.
Public indecency is what
Yeah,
that's
you can't
called.
show your private parts in public.
Right.
So would private parts on the printed page also be illegal? That's what I'm asking.
Because I thought you were just asking if it was okay. And the answer is no, it's not okay. But is it legal? That's an intriguing question because my first instinct
it.
is no. But then when I think about it, it absolutely should be.
Right, well, that's what I'd like to know because I don't want to get arrested on the bus. This is a very personal issue for me. I want to look at this hustler that, by the way, I steal every week. Every Thursday, you guys get a new shipment in the Opie Anthony office. And little Davey Fun Fingers goes around.
Why would we get a weekly shipment of a monthly magazine?
Exactly. Every month on the first Thursday,
Yeah.
little Davey Fun Fingers is poking around doing something else. What is this, a new little dildo?
Yeah.
Ooh, some more gel? But look, we're not here to work dirty. We're talking about sex right now, but the thing is, can you look at it? I say you can because it's a magazine. It's sold on the newspaper stand.
Yeah, but it's usually in a plastic bag or it's in the back.
What the hell is this in the background?
You know what that's called?
What?
Outro music. We're done.
No, we're not.
We're done.
Why didn't I listen? Everyone, when we're on live, we're going to address this pornographic magazine issue. I know because I want to hear what people have to say about it. Today, it was the lost tapes. That's why no phone calls.
That's right. Write that down on your coffee-stained napkin so you remember it for next time. We want to thank everybody for listening to Special Delivery with Sam and Dave, the Lost Tapes special. We want to thank all our message board friends.
Everybody, just let's thank everybody.
Thank everybody. Opie, Anthony, Jim, Ron Fez.
Ron, Fez, Opie, Anthony, Jim, and all the people at SiriusXM for allowing us to do this, allowing us to enter your homes and your hearts.
I guess technically Danny's in charge of giving out
well,
these.
we're not.
He gets very
doesn't count.
sensitive. He
doesn't
gets very, very sensitive. So thank you so much, Danny, for everything.
count. Yeah, I'm not going to be thanking him, but you can.
And thank you, baby girl. Most of all.
What'd she do exactly?
She did a lot. She did a lot.
Cryptic.
We want to thank everybody for listening. We hope you enjoyed it. You can email us at specialdeliveryshow@gmail.com if you have suggestions for another show title, show topic. And that was it.
Dear Sam,
That was the show.
can you buy Dave a piece of pizza and some beer now that the show's over?
Thank you for listening.
Oh, I can't stop. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Yeah, I'm a soul man. Look, grab a rope and I'll pull you in. Give you hope and be your only boyfriend. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we're gonna call it here.
Well,
Thanks.
I did want to actually do at one point a special delivery, just like I still want to do a one of our best Davey Max Sports Program XLs, because the whole point is, Tales from the Satellite. We want to roll up the sleeves and get into all aspects of it because there's a lot there. And I am glad that we did this episode because I'm going to give you something that we should definitely do in the future is the Sam and Dave Kong Off. And that should be available somewhere because that was our one and only live event. And so much insane and quite frankly, scary shit happened.
Oh boy.
Some really, really scary stuff like white, supremacists forcing us to drink moonshine and things like this, and the entire crowd turning on me like I was Jim Morrison in 1968 Miami, where he called them all slaves and they all wanted to fucking tear his head off. I got a whole entire crowd at a goddamn arcade wanting to fucking kill me. The bouncer threatened me. Said, if you ever talk about me again, I don't care what you're doing. I'm going to come up there on the stage and fucking kill you.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well,
but I think we had to have this episode established so that we can, in the future, visit the Kong Off. So I'm happy we did this.
We will have to find the Kong Off. And that sounds like one we might even have to Mystery Science Theater. Maybe have Davey IPAs if you're going through that post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility. I don't know. We'll see that. But that was a very, very insane and epic night that we need to. When we come back to the special delivery starring Sam and Dave files, we need to definitely explore that.
Well, we will check it out. Make sure you check out everything Eastside Dave's doing. He's got the Davey Max Sports Program live every Monday at 1:00.
Davey Max Sports Program, noon. It's amazing how fucking stupid you are. Dude.
All right, Dave, you take over the plugs. I try.
When you leave the camera, you are not smoking massive amounts of marijuana.
None at all. I think that's genuinely the problem.
He's lying. You even got the fucking time of the show that we've literally been doing at the same time for 2 years. Mondays at noon Eastern. It's the Davey Max Sports Program if you want to watch live. Look, we realize some people like watching the show live and participating, and that's fine. We then remaster it. Okay, we remaster the sound and the audio and everything for an MP4 and an MP3. So in other words, we do a remastered upload, a better video later on that night, and we do the MP3 later on that night. But if you want to hang out with us live, it's Eastside Dave TV on YouTube, and we do the DMSP, Davey Max Sports Program, every Monday at noon Eastern. Okay, and then don't forget Eastside Dave and Son Wrestling Show. Make sure you're subscribed to that as well.
And whenever there's a new Star Wars show, be on the lookout for Yaddle Channel.
I'm going to do a Yaddle Channel soon. I'm going to discuss a few things. I'm not sure if it's going to happen this week because this week's about to end, but probably next week I'm going to do a new Yaddle Channel just to give a little State of Star Wars type of speech.
Ooh, I look forward to that. And if you enjoyed this, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you head over to the Patreon. That's where you get these a month ahead, sometimes even more, like 6 weeks ahead.
Absolutely.
Of
We
the
need
people
your
on
support.
YouTube.
Patreon.com/Eastside Dave.
Check that out there. If you want to see me do comedy, November 23rd, I'll be headlining the Laughingstock Comedy Club in Pennsylvania. Come out so I don't kill myself. If you're in the city and you want to see me this Monday, I will be on the Bald and Beautiful Comedy Show at some bagel place in Times Square.
Oh, wow.
I texted the guy who was like, I need bald comics. I was like, I got a Wicked Costanza / Larry David going on. Does that count? And he was like, good enough for me. So that'll be fun. The one thing that's made me want to kill myself my whole life is now what's getting me booked. But
there you go.
God
hey,
is
come
ironic.
on. Glass half full.
Absolutely. As much as Dave hates the name, check out Midnights with Mike. It's a fun animated show I do with Mike Bichetti. New episodes every Wednesday at a time to be established soon.
Just drop them at midnight, and then I'll get off your back.
On that
Even
note,
though Bedtime with Bochetti is such a better name. It's
gonna
such a
end up
better
being
name.
that. And that's what we learned from the Sam and Dave show is when you guys were doing the podcast, you didn't have a name. You changed it a couple of times. Perfectly fine. We'll do the same with Machetes. And on that note, Dave.
See ya!
Thank you, radio fans.